welcome to the City of Homestead. Please take your seat, and we're going to move forward tonight with our City Council meeting. We're here now at 790 North Homestead Boulevard. It is Wednesday, April 18th, 2012 at 5:50 in the evening. And tonight we'll have Pastor Samuel Sullivan from the Greater New Mount Zion Church. We'll give the invocation. And tonight we're honored to have the Police Honor Guard. We'll give the invocation. We'll give the presentation of the flag, and we'll have Mrs. Wallman will give the pledge. Please rise.
Please join me as we Please join me as we pledge allegiance to our great nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order! Rise! Please! Forward! 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 Forward!
Let us bow our heads. Almighty God, our kind, loving, nurturing, powerful Creator and Sustainer, it is at this moment in time that we stop just to say thank you. Thank you for all of the blessings which you have allowed us to share up until this moment. Oh God, now a special blessing upon the mayor, all of the council persons, all of those in leadership positions in this government who seek to combine their hearts and their minds and their talents to make our community the best community to be found anywhere on planet Earth. But God, in the midst of all of your blessings, oh God, now we request a special blessing upon the Maldonado family. Oh God, strengthen them, give them encouragement, and allow your Holy Spirit to stand by them and let them know that everything they feel, you feel. Continue to bless and strengthen them in the days ahead. This we all ask in Jesus' name. We all say amen.
Amen. Please be seated. Thank you, Pastor Sullivan. Thank you, Honor Guard, for that special presentation. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Faircloth McCormick, absent. Councilman Maldonado, absent. Councilman Shelley.
Here.
Councilwoman Woolman.
Here.
Councilman Williams.
Here.
Vice Mayor Burgess.
Here.
Mayor Bateman.
Here. Let the record reflect that Councilman Williams is here.
Yeah, I just answered the roll.
Oh, good. Yep, in here. Okay, we're going to open, first item on the agenda here will be public comments. So, please, public, come forward. Any, yes, sir, please. Would someone lower that mic, please, for him?
I'm Mayor, Council, and all interesting people. Closer? Oh.
No, closer to your mouth a little bit, the mic.
All right. Let me move this a little bit, please. My name is Robert McGregor. I live at 105 Southeast 12th Avenue It's better known as Deco Gardens, and that's the reason why I showed up to do this tonight. I would like the mayor to thank him for setting up the trolley system. But unfortunately, he doesn't go to Deco Gardens yet. There are probably 9,000 reasons why, and they're all in the political system we live in today, in my opinion. But you can see there are over 70 people there in Deco Gardens, because when I got here 29 years ago, that was nothing but a potato and onion field, and the growth of this town has brought it on. There's probably 70 to 80 people that live there, and probably 80% of them do not speak English. And I, as they say, hablo poquito español, very darn little. But they can use that, because the best F word that is in this city is F-R-E-E. And I thank you, the mayor, for that. And I hope you can allow me to leave early after I make this presentation so I can beat all the traffic. But I really feel we need to have that trolley to come down to Deco Gardens, please. Thank you for listening.
Yes, sir. We will look into that, and we'll take that route and see if it's possible. If you will leave your name and address with the lady behind you right there, she'll take down that information and we will look into it. This is also a time for the judges that are here tonight that are running for re-election and running for election to please make a comment. We have an extremely heavy agenda tonight, so just a brief comment under public comments. And there's your line. It's over there. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Seskin, and I am running for county court here in Dade County. I currently work at the state attorney's office, and I'm visiting all the different commissions and the different chambers and the different communities so people can get to know me a little bit and let you know that you can find out about the judges by going online and looking up any of us by our last names, and you can learn a little bit about us so you can make a decision and choose the judges that you want to put on the bench this year. Again, my name is Jackie Seskin, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seskin. Maria Garza.
Not running for judge, but good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, distinguished members of the council. I'm here today to extend an invitation to our annual Mexican-American Council Scholarship Golf Tournament. It is an event that, with your assistance for the past 12 years, we have been hosting to raise funds and for scholarships for the children of migrant farm workers. Many of you in the audience, and certainly the council the city has been very supportive of this endeavor. When we started 12 years ago, none of us, well, with the exception of Mr. Arturo de Leon, knew anything about golf from the members of the Mexican-American Council. Since then, many of you who are friends who are here this evening, had patience with us, taught us the rules of the game, and as a result, we have been very successful to raise some serious dollars and to turn them around and offer them in scholarships for the children of migrant farm workers to attend college. We have a young man who is attending college at Savannah State University, doing remarkably well, playing football, and we have many others in other the other state institutions here in the state of Florida. So, Mr. Mayor, the event is on May the 12th. It's scramble format, I think, if I use this language correctly, and tee-off is at 12 o'clock. I didn't say kick-off. I almost did, right? Okay, tee-off is at 12 o'clock. So please join us. We have mariachi and champagne, mimosas. We want to set the mood. And then 12 o'clock we start. It's a fun event, but it's a very serious event. And Councilwoman Judy Wallman, thank you, all of you. Thank you so much for your support, for being there with us. And we hope to see you then. Each one has received a letter of invitation from us as well.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all you do for this community. You and Sip Garza, both you, Maria and Sip, both of you are wonderful. We appreciate you continuing to reach out, and thank you for this message tonight.
Thank you. God bless.
Good afternoon. I'm Sip Garza. I live at 101 Northeast 19th Street for the past 30 years. Let me by saying to all you, thank you for all you do. All of you who do public service, we in Homestead appreciate all the work you do. I'm here today for a couple of reasons. I want us to recognize the Rowe family because they have done so much for this community. All of you know that about a few months ago, we had a serious police incident here in Homestead. There was a lot of tension in the Latino community. But I got to tell you, the Chief Rowe professionalism, the way that he's trusted by the community, simmer everything down, we have no problems. So I wanted to say to the people of Homestead, we're very, very fortunate. We're blessed to have Chief Andrew Rowe as Chief of Police for the city of Homestead. He's a man that is not just like and a friend of the migrant farm workers, but deeply trusted. He's a man that we know will do the right thing for all of us. So Mayor and all the council members, I think we all need to acknowledge that we're very, very fortunate and blessed to have Chief Rowe as the Chief of Police for the city of Homestead. Also, another note, also with the Rowe family, I believe the city of Homestead step up and acknowledge Antrell Rowe. Antrell Rowe, member of the New York Giants, also a member of the Super Bowl champion Giants. There's like over 300 or 6 million people on this good earth. In this country, over 300 million. There's only like 50 Super Bowl members. One of them is Antrell Rowe. He lives in Homestead. And I think it's time that we step up and recognize him for all he has done. Antrell Rowe is a model for all of our young people. He went to Southern High School, an honor student. University of Miami, honor student. He's an exceptional young man. He does so many things behind the scene that a lot of us do not know, and helping a lot of kids, a lot of organizations. So tonight I want to ask the city for a couple of things, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I think it's time that the city recognize Antrell, and I'm asking that maybe a proclamation citing Antrell Day here in Homestead. Here at the City Council meeting, I think it's due and certainly deserved. Also, I think the key to the city, Antrell deserves that. When you see him on ESPN and all the national media, he always talks about I am from Homestead. And we should be very proud that he acknowledges that he's from Homestead. He's a PR machine for Homestead. I just read a study that of all the athletes in New York City, he's the most quoted one, and he always says, I am from Homestead, Florida. So we need to recognize that. The second thing, I think, the third thing, is that we need to get together and form a committee. We should have some street, some boulevard named for the Rowe family, for Antrell Rowe. So, Mayor, if you can put together a committee and a staff member, we want to work with the Rowe family and do that. I think it is due.
Well, I think I can answer you on one of the two. There is an Antrell Rowe Day. He was presented at his former high school by me. I don't know what the date is, remember, but we have Antrell Rowe Day. And secondly, we are going to establish, and it's going to come up tonight for discussion, police officers, streets named after fallen police officers. No different than Dade County does. So that will be a discussion. So,
well, I appreciate that, but I think the event at Southern High School was for the students. I think the community needs to, we need to do it here at City Council meeting, presentation for him and invite him so that we should all recognize him. So I know the event at Saturday was very nice, and I appreciate that. But really, Mr. Mayor, if we can do something here at City Council, I would appreciate that, and we need to work on that, I think.
He's a very modest young man, very sharp, very bright, and very modest. And I've extended the invitation to his father several times, and he said that he would work on it. So if we can get him here, you can count on it that I'll be giving him to the key to the city, the new proclamation, whatever he would like to have, because we love him. We love our chief. He does a great job, and thank you very much.
Yeah, and one last thing.
Sure.
If we can, Antrell is in Homestead. We need to put a billboard someplace on US 1 and acknowledge the fact that he is my Homestead Super Bowl champion. So if you can all do that, I appreciate it so very much, Mayor. Thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that.
And the last idea we also passed, and that was to do some type of signage along the name that says Antrell Rowe Super Bowl 2012, et cetera, et cetera. So we have passed all those things through. We just need to sit down and act on them. You're right.
Thanks so very much.
Thank you for
Appreciate
reminding us. Yes, sir.
No, thank you.
Yes. Ron Knowles.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Yvonne Knowles, the Director of Homestead Main Street. A real quick reminder, this Saturday, Homestead Augusto comes to downtown Chrome Avenue. We have 18 food trucks, a stage on Chrome Avenue, main highway band playing, a lot of fun, starting at 6 o'clock until 10 o'clock. We hope to see the community down and support this downtown event. So thank you very much for a chance to say one more time, Homestead Augusto. Thank you.
Yvonne, thank you for all you do for us. It's incredible. You talk about selling the city. This woman sells the city every day, every day. Thank you. Yes, Pastor.
This is an announcement on behalf of the Children's Home Society and the Greater New Mount Zion African Methodist Episcopal Church. Invitation, prenatal care class, Thursday, April the 26th, 2012, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., Greater New Mount Zion Church Community Room, 890 Southwest 4th Street, Homestead, Florida. Learn about body and emotional changes during pregnancy, your baby's development, nutrition, and about environmental risks. And I have some flyers here if anyone is interested. We are trying to develop a holistic ministry at Greater New Mount Zion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Dejan De Souza. I'm from South Florida for you, Inc. And I want to thank Mr. Mayor and the council member for give us a chance also to work with us, with the office staff who's been working with us so far. But we want to thank you for the support you guys sent us. But the thing is, it's like the budget we have is a little bit over than what you guys sent us. And I would like you guys take it back over if you guys can help us a little bit with more. I understand the time is really, hard for everybody, but we need help for that event we're doing and next month for the Haitian community. Next month is a Haitian month, and we're doing the Haitian event for the Haitian Mother's Day, and it's the day, and it's only one day of the year, and then so far we want to make them feel happy, and that's why we're doing the event for them. And then, we really want your financial support. We're doing the event May 12th at Southgate Methodist Church, which is on Lucy Street, and that's all.
Thank you. You circulated that. That's been through council, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think I donated to that.
Yes, sir. We're working with the office staff
Okay.
so far, but except what we have so far is a little bit, less. And then we let, you guys think it over, and you can help us with extra, because so far the budget we have, it doesn't too good.
Okay.
And I think you guys have a copy of it already.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. So we're waiting for your answer. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Former councilman, vice mayor, Jeff Porter.
This always makes a big racket when you move it. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I come tonight with basically a question. There is initiative on the street, or there's talk of initiative on the street where have put on the ballot a strong mayor form of government. And I have no problem with that discussion. What I would request of the council is you guys take the lead, invite all the interested players to the table so we can have some really honest discourse about what may be the pros or what may be the cons, because for probably, I know 50 years we've been operating under this form of government, which is more of a strong city manager, and the entire body of the city council governs together. So
I would just, as someone who is opposed at this particular point to a strong mayor form of government, I would just like to be able to be included in that dialogue and included in that discussion so that it's just an honest and open debate. So I don't know anything other than to come up under public comments and ask this question.
No problem, and I'll answer you as the mayor of Homestead. I'd be more than happy to sit down with you one-on-one. So whenever your time is available, you contact Lourdes, our assistant, Marisol, and let me know what date you'd like me to sit down with you, because I will.
You and I go way back, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
We served up here together
I'll be happy.
10 years ago.
Look,
So-
I know Thursdays is the day at your office that everybody comes together, and if the invite is still for me, I'll be there.
Well, the point is that I think that it is a totally fundamental change in the way that we structure the government if we go away from the current form. And the more discussion we have, the better opportunity for us to come out with a proper decision. If the will of the public is to go to a mayor form of government, then so be it.
They'll vote it up or they'll vote it down.
I understand. But at the same process, I think the entire electorate should have the opportunity to understand all of the discussion as much as possible about how it fundamentally changes the way we do things.
Sure.
So, I know that's one thing that I can say about this city. There should be no reason for an initiative to happen, because this city has an open door policy. Initiatives from the community normally come from inaction by a city council. That doesn't happen here. If anybody has an issue, they come forward, you guys allow them to speak, get whatever it is off their chest. And so an initiative normally comes from inaction from the government, and that's not the case in Homestead. So as a person who would like to be involved in the discussion, if the city takes the lead and says, look, public, you have a problem, let's all get at the table and see what may be positive or what may be negative out of this process. That's all I'm asking.
And I answer you. I'll be more than happy to sit down with you, because at this point, it's only a conversation. So if you'd like to sit down next week on the Thursday that everybody gathers at your establishment, I'll be more than happy to show up.
We gather every day, Mayor.
Okay, well, I'll be
Every
there.
day.
I'll be there Thursday. It's good.
So, but anyway, I appreciate the time.
That's what makes this country so great.
That's what makes this city so great, is opposite points of view,
Yeah.
but open dialogue and honest
Exactly.
discussion about issues. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll definitely get in touch.
Thank you.
May I ask him a question, Mayor?
Sure.
Mr. Porter, it's really hard to hear in here, so I'm having a little difficulty, but don't turn that off.
It's hot. It's hot in here.
It's hot in here. So what you're saying is if this is even in the air, that you're asking for a public forum.
If there is
I think that's
if
better.
there is a concern from the public that there is the necessity to do a citizens' action or some sort of an action by the citizenry to get something on the ballot without the city taking the lead in that, that's all I'm saying. I think if the citizens are saying we have a problem, this city has always said we're going to go out and answer or address or deal with your problem to the best of our ability. My issue is if there's just groundswell of
Support.
public support or public outcry to change the direction or to change the course that we perform our government, let's get at the table and talk about it, because the people that are out there in the pro stance are doing it at the expense of those who may be in a negative stance. And it shouldn't be a citizen initiative. You guys have always been very responsible and respectful of the needs of the community. So if it's the will of this council to put together some workshop, some dialogues, I don't know how you want to couch it, and invite people in so that we can see what is the problem, what is the concern, is there a concern, and the differencing of points of views is all I'm asking. So it's your decision to make. It's something that apparently is out there, And, Mr. Mayor, I'd be glad to sit and talk with you anytime.
Well, I think that's the right thing to do. If you're addressing me again, I think that you need to talk with me first.
Well,
I'm the mayor. I'm the guy that they're talking about.
No, sir.
No,
sir.
big deal.
No disrespect to the position is the position. It's not the person in the position, because the mayor's election is in a 2-year cycle still. So it's not about what you do good today or bad
Right.
today. It's about what could happen in the future.
I hear you.
So, with all due respect, I am not singling out anybody.
Right.
And it is obviously not personal. It's a fact that the problem is this changes the way we do business.
Right.
And 2 years is an awful short period of time to be changing the direction of your government, possibly every 2 years.
I think in the lieu of time, we got a full crowd. I've been more than happy to sit down.
I don't want to spend any more
I
of your
think
precious
we-
time. I know you got a long agenda. I
I'm there for you.
wanted to get on the record,
I'm
Mr.
there.
Mayor, and I appreciate
Yep.
the time, council members.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Okay, next item on the agenda is additions, deletions, and deferrals. We're going to add batting cages at Harris Field. I guess discussion on that. Motion to move it on? Move it. Second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Nays? Okay, ayes carry. And we're going to start off with our first special presentation of about 10, and it's going to be FDOT Chrome Avenue Truck Bypass, and we welcome you, gentlemen, because this has been a long time coming. I looked at your presentation today, and I can't wait to ask the question. Tell me that this FM number, when it ends in 22201, is that when the study originally started?
It probably started before that.
Before that. I just want everybody to know that 01, it started before 01, and we're now 2012.
Good evening, Mayor Bateman and City Council. My name is Harold S. Dunes,
I know, but
and I am the Director of Transportation Development for the Florida Department of Transportation. My team and I are here today to provide you with an update on the Chrome Avenue Truck Bypass Project Development and Environment Study. With me today are George Gomez and Dat Wynn from FDOT, and Jeff Easley, our Consultant Project Manager and the Engineer of Record for this project. But before we start, Gus Pager, our District Secretary, sends his apologies for not attending. Initially, we were scheduled for a March presentation, but there was a mix-up in the schedule. And today, he's hosting a meeting with for the other district secretaries and the executive management team from Tallahassee, and he cannot attend the City Council meeting. Now, Jeff Easley will make a short presentation on the PD&E study. This presentation hopefully would answer some of the questions. After the presentation, if you have any additional questions, we'll be happy to answer. Thank you. Jeff?
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Easley. I am the project manager and I'm the consultant for FDOT. I work for Reynolds Smith and Hills. This was a project development environment study, the last of many studies that have been done for the truck bypass, and this study actually started in November of 2008. I have a PowerPoint presentation. Hopefully everyone can see. The project location, per the FDOT FM numbers, I mean, we go way beyond the limits of this. It's south of Flagler Avenue to Avocado. But you will see in a minute, we have alternatives that go all the way to the north, to Biscayne, and all the way down to Palm. But this is the official project limits per the FDOT programming. Chrome Avenue today is on the Florida Interstate Highway System and also the Strategic Intermodal System. And that's important because the reason Chrome Avenue was selected for that network is because primarily of the trucks. It was put on that system because of the commerce. The SIS network is a statewide network of roadways that carry commercial goods. They only carry about 40% of the traffic, but they carry about 75% of the commerce. PD&E study is the second phase in any transportation improvement that FDOT undertakes. Following the PD&E process is design, right-of-way, if there is any right-of-way, and then construction and maintenance. And construction services, or public involvement, is throughout, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. Now, the background of this study, I actually was involved as a project manager shortly after Hurricane Andrew and did a truck route study back in 1993. There was a previous PD&E study that was done back in 2003, and there's been several master plan updates since then, and we always hoped that this would be the study to finish studies. I apologize, I jumped ahead. That's the background. You've got to remember to click. Public involvement phase. As I mentioned, we started back in November of 2008. We had our elected official briefings and agency briefings in December of 2008. As part of this project, we formed a project advisory committee that was represented with members from the City of Homestead and also Florida City. We had a total of 3 meetings with the project advisory committee for the study. And we've had 2 public alternative workshops, one in June of 2009 and the second one in February of 2010. Now, the purpose and the need for the project is to redirect truck traffic that now uses Chrome Avenue to go through the historical downtown district. But also we want to improve truck mobility because we have to develop a truck route that trucks will use. By getting the trucks off of Chrome Avenue, we improve emergency evacuation, congestion relief, and we make a pedestrian-friendly environment in the downtown area. I don't have to spend a lot of time on the existing condition, but the existing route for trucks coming as far north as Maine and New York use Chrome Avenue to go down to the farmers market. And they go back through downtown to return. The downtown area, of course, there's a lot of pedestrian bicycle activity. It's been designated as a historical downtown district. There's on-street parking and also on downtown businesses. These are just a picture of some of the trucks that do go through downtown. The 18-wheelers are the ones that make the long trips, and they come through at all times of the day, and a lot of that's due to they can only drive so many hours, so they time it where they come through maybe at 10 or at 12, and then they sleep at the farmer's market, and then they return in the morning. And then the crop trucks, photo on the right, that's very common that goes through downtown. As part of our study, we've looked at a total of 12 bypass routes. And we've looked at what we feel like is every conceivable road in and around the city to bypass trucks. We've gone as far north as Biscayne, 288th Street, and as far south as Palm. We've gone as far west as 187th, and we've looked all the way to the east, the Turnpike. This is an evaluation matrix that we use. All of the alternatives, A through L, were screened, and we did an extensive screening. We looked at everything from noise impacts to neighborhood impacts to pedestrian impacts, bicycle impacts, traffic, maneuverability of trucks. And we screened, the original screening left us with 5, and we presented all of those at alternatives workshops that I mentioned before. And today we're left with one alternative that we'll present, calling that alternative L. That's Campbell Drive. Of course, the existing condition for Campbell Drive, some of the issues, of course, for trucks, the turning radius at Chrome, the turning radius at US 1, 9-foot travel lanes between Chrome Avenue and US 1, and then east of US 1, 11-foot travel lanes. This is just a photograph of trucks that on Campbell Drive. The photograph on the left side is west of US 1, and the photograph on the right side is east of US 1. And while I'm there, the reason Campbell Drive is the recommended is throughout this process, we have looked at bypass routes with the main objective of getting trucks out of downtown. And when I say diverting trucks out of downtown, is making it illegal for trucks to go through downtown, which is the only way that you will 100% get trucks out of downtown, because there is no route that's better than the existing route, a straight shot through downtown to the farmers market. So the only way that you're going to divert trucks out of downtown is to make it illegal. The only way to make it illegal, it gets back to the designation of Chrome, as I had mentioned. Chrome Avenue is on the Florida Interstate Highway System. It also is on the Strategic Intermodal System, primarily for the trucks. So as long as Chrome Avenue is designated as an SIS corridor, they're unable to restrict trucks from using it. So the objective is, how can we get past the designation of Chrome Avenue through downtown as an SIS facility? In discussions with Florida Department of Transportation Central Office, who make the policies on the SIS network, the only way to de-designate Chrome Avenue through downtown as an SIS corridor is to divert the SIS corridor to another street and connect it to another SIS corridor. And I know that's talking in a lot of acronyms, but Chrome is an SIS corridor, the Turnpike is an SIS corridor. So if you connect the two, then that route would be designated the SIS corridor. You could take Chrome Avenue off of the SIS. It could be converted to the county. Then, and only then, can you actually restrict trucks from going through downtown. That's why Chrome Avenue is really the only alternative that we're left with, or Camel Drive, excuse me, because Camel Drive connects Chrome Avenue and the Turnpike. The Turnpike and Chrome Avenue today, they're state routes. They're also SIS corridors. So if we connect those two, then that would be a logical redirection of the SIS corridor that would allow us to do the steps that need to be doing to restrict trucks through downtown. Now, Campbell Drive, it's a 4-lane roadway, but as I mentioned, between Chrome and US 1, it has 9-foot travel lanes. Obviously, that would have to be widened. The proposed ultimate improvements will be to widen Camel Drive from Chrome Avenue to the Turnpike. East of US 1, the widening would be minimal, if any, because east of US 1, Chrome Avenue has 11-foot travel lanes. It was recently resurfaced, so very little, if any, improvements would be needed east of US 1. Intersection improvements would be necessary because today trucks physically cannot make the turns at the intersections from Chrome to Campbell, Campbell to US 1. Most of the trucks that use Chrome Avenue are going and coming from the farmers market. So trucks that use Chrome and use Campbell would turn at US 1 and then use Davis or Palm to get to the farmers market. Everywhere the trucks would turn, we would need to do intersection improvements to increase the turning radius. The interim improvements because we realize to widen Camel Drive is expensive and the funds are not readily available. That's going to take some time to actually get those funds and get it programmed and make it happen. But an interim alternative is just do the turning movement improvements at the intersections, divert traffic to Camel Drive, let trucks use Camel Drive as it is today with intersection improvements until the funds are available to widen Camel Drive. Now, this project development, this PD&E study was actually put on hold in the summer of 2010. For the study to actually commence and continue, one of the things, and well, that's the next slide. I don't want to steal my thunder from the last slide, but these are summarized steps that would happen. The transfer of Campbell Drive between Chrome Avenue and the Health would be transferred from the county system to the state highway system. The SIS de-designation of Chrome Avenue south of Campbell Drive to US 1, and then the SIS designation of Campbell Drive, and then the coordination with Miami-Dade County Metropolitan Planning Organization to prioritize the improvements to Campbell Drive and the long-range transportation plan. Now, what are the next steps? In order for the PD&E study to start back up, we need to have a consensus or at least an endorsement from the community of the recommended alternative in order to continue the PD&E. Second, the City of Homestead could work with the county to transfer Camel Drive to FDOT's jurisdiction. The FDOT would accept the roadway transfer from the county. We could implement the short-term improvements, because once Campbell Drive is a state route, you're allowed to divert trucks from one state route to another. The PD&E study would be completed and then implement the long-term improvements via the MPO's long-range transportation plan. That's the summary of where the project is today. I'd be happy to answer any questions that...
Thank you, sir.
may
Questions
have.
from council?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Vice Member.
Thank you, Mayor. To the gentleman, whomever could answer. My question to you is, so you're telling, you want the northbound traffic to come back up the turnpike, exit on Campbell Drive, exit off of the turnpike, and then turn left and come back across Campbell Drive? Because that intersection now is terribly failing. And for a car to make a left-hand turn across there at 8 o'clock in the morning, it probably sits there an average of 10 to 15 minutes. Now, exactly which intersection are you referring to? If your plan is to bring trucks back up the turnpike, have them exit on the Campbell Drive exit, where they would have to cross both east and westbound to come back to the west. I think that's one important thing that I didn't see mentioned in there at all. Because right now, the average car probably sits there 10 minutes trying to get across both lanes of traffic in the morning because you've got such a backlog of that's our only entrance from that side of town, really, where probably 5,000 homes try to enter the turnpike in that one lane. So I think that's one point that's been missed by this study terribly. We don't expect trucks that use Chrome Avenue today will continue to use Chrome Avenue even with the bypass. So any trucks that are coming from the north using Chrome would use Campbell to US 1. And they would turn on US 1 to go south and either turn on Davis or on Palm to go to the farmer's market, and they would return US 1 to Campbell. Okay. I must have looked at your map wrong because I saw the red line going all the way to the turnpike. The actual, and you're correct, the actual SIS designation would be from Chrome to the Health. Right. And that's for SIS purposes of connecting one corridor to another. So that wouldn't be their preferred route then, that would be just... Well, that would be the designated route, but a truck's not going to use the turnpike if they're not using the turnpike today. And any trucks that are currently using the turnpike are not going to exit at Campbell Drive because they're either going all the way into the Keys or they're going to Palm to get to the farmer's market. They're not going to be diverted. They're going to continue using the turnpike to Palm and back and forth. trucks that will be diverted are the ones that are now going through downtown. They would turn at Campbell. They're not going to go all the way out to the turnpike. They're going to turn at US 1. So US 1, so the majority of the diverted trucks would use Campbell to US 1 and either use Davis
Guess
or
what
use Palm.
confused me is that your line goes all the way across, so I thought that we were going to try to force them to do that.
That will be the designated truck bypass route, but the trucks would be allowed to turn at US 1.
Perfect.
Let me add one more thing. What you see there is for the ultimate study. The ultimate study, what we would do also, we would model the new alignment, which goes all the way to the turnpike. And with that, we would make any improvements necessary in order to improve the situation that currently exists. This project is really, what we're trying to do is work on two solutions. The interim solution to get trucks out of the historical area as soon as possible, and continue with the final PD&E study, which would take a little longer to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Question.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. You're saying that you're going to need some legislative action from us in order to continue your study or to go to the next phase or step in the process, that perhaps turning that county road Campbell over to the state? Is that what you're...
Well, the first thing that we would need is an endorsement from the city of our recommended alternative, because it doesn't do us, it wastes the city's time, and if we go forward with an alternative that does not have local support, it would never be approved, because this study is being done per the federal requirements. The Federal Highway Administration has the final approval. They would not approve the project if it does not have local support. So the first thing, in order for the study to actually start back, is we need to have some type of assurance that the city supports our recommended alternative. And then, as part of the overall implementation process, since Campbell Drive is a city street maintained by the county, the city has to initiate the request to the MPO and the county to transfer Campbell Drive from the county system to the state system. Now, the FDOT will cooperate, but the FDOT then gets that request and they will accept it. So since Campbell Drive is currently not on the state system, the request needs to come from the local municipality, which is the city. That request would go through the MPO, and then eventually that request would go to the DOT to approve or disapprove. They would approve it, and then the process would play out. Once that happens, I mean, that's something that could happen in 3 months, 4 months. You're allowed to actually divert trucks from one state route to another. You can't divert trucks from Chrome to any county route, but once Campbell is a state route, you can immediately divert trucks to Campbell, could make the short-term improvements to accommodate the truck movements. Now, trucks legally could still go through downtown. You can't restrict them until the whole designation takes place. But you can educate the local trucks, certainly could be told to use Campbell. Any of the long trips, the 18-wheelers that are coming could be educated that Campbell now is the bypass route, and you would be able to divert a big portion, maybe 75% of the trucks immediately. And then once the long-term process works out with the de-designation and the designation of the SIS routes, and then Chrome Avenue becoming a city street between Campbell and US 1, then the city can do anything they want to with that portion of Chrome, and the state would start maintaining Chrome, Campbell, over to Turnpike.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Mr. Shelley.
Thank you, Mayor.
One, two.
This is something I've been watching occur for a very long time, and one thing I've learned through the process, one, we desperately need to get this truck bypass underway. I think the downtown desperately needs that. The other thing I've learned is that if we don't do it within our own city limits, it's very hard to control, because I've been a part of 2 different meetings where we've chosen a different route. One was down Redland Road, and that was outside of the city limits, and so you had county residents who complained. The second time we tried down was Avocado. You had the same issue. You had county residents complain, and so it was no way that the city controls its own destiny. So I acknowledge the fact that we have to use a city road in order to help control and make sure that we can get this accomplished within the city limits. The only concern that I have, though, is that the interim plan as you propose it puts big trucks on Campbell Drive between Chrome Avenue and US 1, and that is a very narrow roadway. So I'm not sure that I could support that because I drive as it is on a little pickup truck, and I get nervous with cars next to me, much less when I get near a city bus or something else that's bigger. It becomes a very it's very nervous to drive on that road with such large objects on there. And so to put trucks on there without expanding or widening that road in the interim would really concern me as a safety issue without some sort of guaranteed time frame as far as how long that interim time would be. Is it going to be 1 month, a year, or could it be 10 years? Because that would be very concerning to me. And so that's one question for you. And then the second one is, going forward, are we going to have locally a city workshop where we kind of discuss some of these other issues versus, say, doing it all tonight, to then find out the community input before we pass some sort of resolution in favor of having them go forward? Because, again, I think this is a time sensitive. The sooner we can get this underway and this problem solved, the better. But I want to make sure that we do our due diligence before we go forward.
Thank you. Ms. Walden.
Yes. With all due respect, I just can't see this happening. I mean, it took me 4 light changes just, I think it was last Friday, to get from the intersection there where Campbell Middle School is to 162nd, and then another 3 light changes to get through the left turning lane. So, and that road is so narrow. I mean, especially the road between Old Dixie and Cross Avenue. I mean, it is so narrow. But yeah, did I hear you say correctly that they're going to still be able to use Chrome Avenue? So I'm sorry, but it just doesn't make sense. If they're going to be on the turnpike anyway, which I drive the turnpike all the time, and I can tell you that when I hit 75, if I'm going north, I-75, that's where all the trucks are. If they choose to pay the tolls and be on the turnpike, it makes sense to me they're going to go on and exit on Palm Drive so that they're right there by the farmer's market. So I'm sorry, but if they're going to be able to just keep using Chrome Avenue, and you're talking about educating local truckers, local traffic, I don't think that's, I'm sorry, I just don't think that's going to work. And I think, let me just finish, and I do respect everything you've done, but in my opinion, I think this should be reverted straight to staff, and let staff review it, come back and give recommendations. That's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
Like we said earlier, it's not the perfect solution.
Oh, I know.
And we understand that, and that's why we called it an interim solution.
And just so you know, I've been here since 2001, so I've been at that table with you, so I know.
And this is a difficult project, and that's why it's taking so long for us to come up with a solution. So I think it's us, DOT, thinking outside the box, accepting the road in interim. We understand it doesn't meet the lane width that would be considered safe. They're narrow, but it's the closest thing that we could do in order to get trucks off of the historic downtown area as soon as possible.
And then, I mean, and I'm so concerned about the turns themselves. I mean, I've seen trucks try to turn at some of these intersections, and it just, you know, everybody's backing up, trying to give them room and space, and going over the curbs. But I know it's a problem. I've been there, and nobody wants those trucks off Chrome Avenue worse than me. When you can't even stand on the sidewalk and have a conversation with somebody because you can't hear yourself think, you know, there's a problem. So, but I think staff, I would feel comfortable, and all my colleagues feel the same, but I'd feel comfortable turning it over to staff and letting them come back and make some recommendations for us. Review it anyway and come back.
Any further questions? I think the temporary signage was a quick fix. And I know our state rep, Artiles, worked hard and brought us a temporary permit for a temporary fix. And unless we set 2 of our finest police officers at each corner, they're not going to turn. They're going to continue to go down Gum Avenue. We're going to continue to have the same life safety issues. Over 400 students down there now walking the streets, crossing, and it is a life safety issue. The noise is terrible, as Ms. Wallman says, but it's a life safety issue. Spend some time down there. It is scary. You've got a park down there, a beautiful park in that historical area. You've got kids that use it during recess hours. It's dangerous, very dangerous. So I want to put that on the record so you can go back to Gus Pago and you tell him, I know we've worked on this for over 10 years. I was elected in 95, and I think somewhere around 98, 99 we started on it, and here we are today at 2012, and we're not any further than we were. It's embarrassing, really. It's embarrassing that I started out back then in 2000 with it, now here I am in 2012, and we're still trying to fix a very dangerous situation.
Mayor Bateman, we're all on the same page. We understand what the issues are, and we're all here trying to resolve the problem. But as Jeff Easley has mentioned, there are certain criteria that we have to abide by that we just can't change the route. We have to go through certain procedures, federal requirements forces us to do so.
Then why do you think it's taken us so long to get to this point? Why now? I can tell you, I got elected in 09, and I went to work on it in 09, and here we are in 2012. And I've sat with Gus Pago, and I've sat with some of you all, and I don't understand why. This is the first time I've heard that we have to swap those roads like that. This is the first time. You've done charrettes on 288. They've talked about 296. We offered 11th Street up, and it seems like it goes nowhere.
And the issue with that, each one of those, is the issue of consensus. On one hand, you may have one group of people that are for this alternative, and the next location, you have another group that's against it. The reason that this project is extremely tough is because we cannot reach consensus. And the federal government, the FHWA, would not allow us to continue with the study unless we could get consensus on the alternative. And that's why we put the project in abeyance, because the next step was to kill the project completely. We do not want to kill the project. We really want to get this done. And we're willing to sit with anyone at any time of the day to come to a solution with the alternative so we can move forward on it. And if this interim solution is not something that the city wants us to go forward, we won't do it. And we could continue with the PD&E study until we come up with the ultimate solution.
Any further council comment? Any public comment? Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. My name is Ernesto Perez. I'm President and CEO of Dade Medical College. Respectfully, first off, I'd like to thank the honorable gentlemen, Representatives Gonzalez, Oliva, or Oliver as they call you up in Tallahassee, and Artiles. Just to sit here today, and I understand all the hard work you gentlemen put in here, but I'm wondering how many of you folks worked on this project back in 2001? You were here. So what's going to happen here, respectfully, is that this fine city council will come back here 10 years from now, and we're going to have pictures of each and every one of you guys, probably in your 40s and 50s, and I'm probably going to be retired. You guys won't be there any longer. You folks will be termed out, and the city of Homestead will still have nothing to show for all of this stuff that you guys are talking about here. Respectfully, I've heard more acronyms, MPO, PTO, DTO, OTO, OTO, but we're not talking about those things. We're talking about people, and we're talking about lives. And in essence, what you're describing in the policy that you say comes all the way up from the federal government, all the way down to the state, is what a good friend of mine calls, let me think about it. He says, paralysis because of analysis. It would have taken probably about 20 good old Homestead boys, a shovel, 2 mules, and 2 wagons to come up with a solution here in the old days. However, we sit here right now talking about how expensive it is, and I bet you anything that we spent millions and millions of dollars of manpower with you guys analyzing and going out and looking at what's happening, and still nothing gets done. And respectfully, I understand you guys have a job to do, but it's ridiculous that a country, that the federal government and the state holds a city which was devastated back in, correct me, what year was Andrew again? 92. So since 91, you guys have been working on this. We got a hurricane that come over here. The federal government invaded 2 countries, and we're on our way back. And we need consensus to build the road and move a couple of trucks up the street. This is America. And it's disgusting to me that we're being held hostage, and the retailers in that downtown area, what about their livelihoods and their families? And we're talking about who we're bothering here, 2 people to the left, 2 people to the right. And respectfully, I think, we need to get state government involved as well as federal government so we can handle the situation, because if not, we're going to sit here with another fine group of gentlemen from the Florida Department of Transportation talking about this 20 years from now. And some of us are going to be gone by then, and I don't think that's right. I think it's a joke. And to sit here and for the citizens of Homestead to put up with this year after year after year and all the hard work that you folks do, I think is disgusting. And again, it's not a matter of a report. Everybody's not going to be happy with where these trucks go. It never happens. And respectfully, if the trucks have to make a left turn and back up a little, if you go to South Beach, or if you go to Midtown, or if you go to downtown Miami, they're doing it all the time, and these are major metropolitan cities. So these are things that the city of Homestead is going to have to come together and say, you know what, we're going to have to sacrifice this in order to gain that. But till that moment happens, and again, we need to find one voice and to resolve this. But that we sit here one more year, because the analysis that you guys are talking about in order to move forward, that's 6 or 7 months, 8 or 9 consultants, and probably a couple lobbyists. No offense, Jose. So the bottom thing with that is that I believe that we need to find a solution to move forward, consensus, and understand that everybody's not going to be happy, but it's going to be for the greater good of the community and the city of Homestead. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Well put. It's always not in my backyard, but we need to fix it. Any final questions? And Councilwoman Wallman mentioned that we may want to turn this over and put this in the manager's hands and let him go to work on it. I'd love to. We've got a second. Is that consensus of the council that we work diligently to get something done? 296 is a dead horse because of the school. You're going to the 296. The school board is against 288 and 296. They adamantly oppose it. I stood on the MPO and they struck it down, without even a second thought. The only really good to me alternative was 11th Street because we owned it. We owned that street. It's a city street. It's less than a mile. It's the shortest route from off of Chrome Avenue back to 1 that we have. But after the analysis you gave us tonight, it has no other connection to the turnpike or whatever. But it is 3/4 of a mile. I clocked it. 3/4 of a mile from Chrome Avenue back to US 1.
We did look at the Northeast 11th Street. Like I said, there's no perfect route it's 100% on target in terms of pleasing every single individual. I'll be happy to sit with city staffs to evaluate each alternative and explain to them the pluses and minuses of each, so we could get a city resolution on the alternatives that we can move forward with. Because at the end of the day, we need the city's that city resolution in order for us to move forward. Because without it, we'll remain in abeyance.
I think you can get the city resolution pretty easy. Mr. Williams.
Yeah. Why wasn't 11th Street an option? Why wasn't we have offered that up to you, or why was that turned down?
Do you recall? Hold on.
Somebody must know, right?
We'll have him.
One thing you have, and maybe I didn't make myself clear, any road that we transfer trucks to needs to be 4 lanes. So a 2-lane road would have to be widened to 4 lanes. And when you start looking at the impacts of some of the smaller streets north of Campbell Drive, you have homes, you have banyan trees, you have a lot of impacts of widening the street from 2 to 4 lanes. That's why a lot of the alternatives that we looked at were ruled out, because of the impacts of actually widening the streets to accommodate the cross route. Originally, when the project started, our intent was to bypass trucks through downtown, but we would not be able to restrict trucks. But in talking with a lot of the truck drivers, doing a lot of the research, and actually as a result of a lot of our public meetings, that was not going to be good enough. That's when the whole issue of what can we do to make it illegal for trucks to go through downtown, which is the only way that you're going to get trucks out of downtown, and the only way to make it illegal is to redesignate the route. And to do that, you need a certain type of roadway, and Campbell Drive is the only roadway within the city that meets that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's wrap this up. Do you have something final?
As I mentioned earlier, we're willing to sit with anyone to discuss this. If we could have a sunshine meeting, a workshop where we actually lay it out and explain to you the alternative and why alternative L is the best solution so far. You're not going to hit 100%, but I think the majority would agree that that's the best alternative.
Okay. The council's consensus on allowing, directing the manager to put together a group and move forward on this. I like that. What do you think? Yes, good. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nays? Okay. Item carries. Sir, thank you very much. My frustration is not with you. I sit on the MPO board. I'll be there tomorrow. But my frustration is the time it's taken to get to first base. You know, it's incredible.
I understand your frustration,
I've
Mayor.
been to 3-day workshops and talked about the 5-year circle and how it all works. Well, we're all in the 15-year circle. So whatever you can do to help us, we'd appreciate it.
Mayor, I assure you, this team right here, we're ready to resolve the problem and get moving.
We've got a good team here, so the two of you together, hopefully we'll come up with something quickly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I believe Carmen's gone, right? Carmen's gone. Okay, what I'd like to do is just briefly, before we get into the rest of our agenda, is introduce Senator Rene Garcia, who's in the audience. If all of you would come up in the day delegation, it'd be nice. Just say a couple words. State Representative Frank Artiles, District 119, Jose Oliva, District 110, and the one and only Eddie Gonzalez, District 102. So if you guys just come up, I know that it was a tough session. I know that it was no money, but I want to thank you first of all and foremost, you know, for the farm share. I don't know what you did at the very end, but you pulled out the farm share, and that's a very worthwhile project, very needy. It feeds a lot of, you know, less fortunate people, and thank you very much for that, whoever led that charge, and all of you who voted on it. Mr. Artiles.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members and Homestead. This year we had a tough year. We had a $2 billion shortfall in the state of Florida. We managed to pass a budget. We in Dade and Broward County were affected. However, in the last minute of the game, we got farm share funded for $750,000 after last year it was vetoed to zero. So I'm very proud of being on the team of the Dade delegation, as well as Senator Garcia and the rest of our colleagues to push that through. I've also been working on this truck bypass with Mayor Bateman and several council members, and understand that the city of Homestead did not have this expansive growth, or nor did it project this growth when it first started. But we have to break some eggs to make an omelet. You have two choices. Either you have downtown that continues to be a dead issue, or you basically use the truck bypass to reinvigorate downtown and make it a center for all of Homestead. And I believe that that's the best for Homestead. But apparently, there's a lot of support here for that. And I wish that we move, the council and the mayor moves very quickly in order to get the city manager and the staffers to see if the voters and the elected officials will support this. Unfortunately, even the roads as they are today, whether they have a truck or they don't have an 18-wheeler on Campbell Drive, the roads need to be fixed. They're not wide enough for the SUVs, because I have an Excursion and it barely fitted it. So we have a serious issue, and we have to address this. And I believe that the mayor, you're doing a great job, and council members, you're doing a great job. But I truly believe that we really have to focus on this truck bypass to reinvigorate downtown and make it a center for the Homestead residents. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and it's very nice to see you guys at work. I always get to see you at League of Cities and other events. And I'm here basically to support you guys in the being able to take the trucks off of Chrome. And, I've sat out there lately, and some of the council members, vice mayors told me, you were in Homestead, you didn't tell me you were here, and seen the gem that you have here. And I don't believe there's any other city in Miami-Dade County that has the gem that you guys have and the history that you have here. And to see, the traffic that goes on that road, I sat out there, and I don't like to call myself a visionary, but looking around, I see such a great future for that area. I mean, Sundays in the park, Fridays, movies at the park or whatever. There's just so much to do with that area, and I don't think anybody else in this community has what you guys have here. Other communities have built it, like Miami Lakes, they've built the Main Street and other things, but what you have is there, and it was built many years ago. I think we need to preserve it. I'm here to help be a conduit and try to get help you guys as fast as possible. I know that DOT has done a tremendous job of trying to get there. And from what I can see, they're not close enough. So I'm here to help and do what we can to make sure we get there as soon as possible. And I'd love to come out there someday and maybe have a cigar sitting on a sidewalk or a coffee or something. And it's just a great environment. And thank you very much for this opportunity to be here in front of you.
Thank you, what you do for us. Thanks.
Representative Gonzalez, smoking's bad for you. And the mayor, city council members, it's really a pleasure. Maybe you may ask, what is a senator from Northwest Dade County doing here? But I sit on the transportation committee, and I've been working with the mayor and some of the council members in trying to get this bypass finally resolved. It's been over 10 years I've been working at trying to get this done and getting involved with the Department of Transportation, both at the state level and here at the local district office. I'll tell you that what you all have, and we hear that all the time, not in my backyard. We don't want it to run through my streets, my backyard. We want to protect our own areas. And change, a lot of times, is very hard to take. We just don't want change. But with these adverse moments come great opportunities. And we hear that all along. And what we're seeing now, with the potential of downtown Homestead, what you have there, Representative Gonzalez said it very eloquently. It's a gem. It's one of the last few places that we have that can really develop, and especially here in South Dade, where it's the gateway to the Keys or the gateway back into Dade County. And why not have an area where people can come and eat and stay and have recreational activities, whether they're during the day or at night. And the only way that that's going to be able to get done is to make sure that we work and get this bypass accomplished. We were lucky that we got this temporary bypass or this optional bypass, but we need to go further and make sure that we get it done. I, as well as the members that are up here, are committed to ensure that that happens. It's not just for Homestead, but it's for Dade County and whole. It's for Dade County. It's what we need to do to make sure that this community continues to prosper. So our commitment is here. I will continue to work with you. I will continue to make sure that we move the state in the right direction, make sure that we have the resources available through the Department of Transportation or through our committee to ensure that happens. But I wish you would take it and say, not in my backyard, but what's best for this community and for Dade County as a whole. So that's why I'm here, and I will continue to work with you, Mayor. You've been in Tallahassee a whole bunch of times. Sometimes I see you walking in, and I want you to go the other way because you keep on pounding and pounding. But you have a great representative in the mayor, and he does a great job for the people of Homestead. So congratulations, and I look forward to continue to work with you and with our delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick thing. I wanted to tell each of these gentlemen, and they can take it back to the rest of the day delegates, is thank you. As many people may not be aware, but our CRA was under attack at the state level this year. And because of their hard work and their listening to us and realizing what it meant to the city of Homestead, they went to bat for us and talked to the committee members, and because of that, and I do believe because of their hard work and talking to different members of the House and the Senate, that both sides failed to pass that attack on us. So thank you to them and all their day delegate members.
And State Rep Oliva, he had to leave. Phone call. Well, thank you all, and we don't want to keep any longer. Please, I know that you got busy schedules, and we appreciate you coming down and kind of bringing us up to speed of what happened this past session. And each and every one of you, you're always there with your door open you're right, I'm walking door to door trying to get good things done for Homestead, and some of those days are long, you know. It start early in the morning and end up late at night. So thank you very much for coming, and you're free to go. Thank you all. With that said, we're going to do a couple, move on to our presentations. And the first one we're going to do here now is Captain Marie Kent. We're going to do National Public Safety Telecommunication Week proclamation. Captain Kent, are you here?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Captain Marie Kent with Homestead Police. With Homestead Police Department. Little background: I started my career here June 21st of 1982 as a police dispatcher for the City of Homestead Police Department. I'm now the captain of Uniform Patrol, and I supervise the communications section, so it's from the heart. Good evening, Mayor Bateman, council members, Vice Mayor, City Manager Gretsis, and citizens. Each year, the second full week of April is dedicated to the women and men who serve as public safety telecommunicators. This year, it was April 9th to the 13th. We are here tonight to recognize and say thank you to some of the hardest working women and men in public safety. They are the dispatchers. Dispatchers are the hundreds of thousands of voices on the other end of the line that answers your calls for help. They work holidays, birthdays, and yes, even hurricanes, no matter how big or small. Many of our citizens don't know the process of how their calls for service are handled when they call. I would love to have an open house and offer an invite to anyone to come and see for themselves how we work. Unfortunately, that wouldn't be so received by the FBI, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and the Criminal Justice Information Systems. So that you have an idea, anyone that dials the main police department number, 305-247-1535, our dispatchers answer. Emergency, non-emergency, they take the information from the caller, enter the information into the CAD, determine the type of call for service from the information, and then dispatch the officer or officers to the call. They contact fire rescue to request emergency service, conduct records checks for the officers on people, property, vehicles, etc. They enter stolen and recovered property, vehicles, missing persons into FCIC and CIC, all the while doing the most important job of a dispatcher, and that is being the lifeline of the officers while on patrol. They answer hundreds of questions about how to locate businesses and roads. That's all in a regular 8-hour workday, every day. It's a high-stress job, so it takes a unique and talented person who can do the job and do it well. They are an essential part of the daily operation of the police department. Chances are, if you've called the Homestead Police Department in the last 20 years, you've spoken to one of these dispatchers standing here tonight. Our dispatchers handled over 82,000 calls for service from January to December last year. That number does not include the non-police calls in the thousands. It's an honor and a privilege to introduce you to each of them. I have the list. There are some of them that are not here tonight. I'll call them off because of their years of service. Okay. Dispatcher Jan Ornstein, 22 years. She's not present here tonight. Dispatcher and Communications Supervisor Cami Sanchez, 16 years of service. Yeah, stay here. Dispatcher Marita Ramos, 13 years, not present tonight. Dispatcher Brian Alejandro, 10 years of service. Dispatcher Leslie Ramos Kelly, 6 years of service, not here tonight. Dispatcher Christy Perry and her half, 5 years of service. Dispatcher Lachey Harris, 4 years of service, not present tonight. Dispatcher Christopher Dahmer, 4 years, not here tonight. Dispatcher Melanie Damon, 3 years, not here tonight. And they all send their apologies for not being able to attend. They had previous engagements. Dispatcher John McGlynn, 10 months. Dispatcher Paula Carbalosa, 8 months. Dispatcher Raul Rodriguez, 3 months. And I can't do my job without support of Uniform Patrol and the chief, other members of the command staff, and the overall family of the department. The Uniform Patrol supervisor that works directly for me, that helps me solve the issues and helps me do a better job, is Sergeant Adelia Sermon. Please join me in honoring these dedicated professional men and women for all their hard work each and every day. We commend you and thank you for a job well done, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Captain Kent, and each and every one of you. It's a tough job. I can't imagine some of the calls that you receive and the excitement and the things that comes across in people's voices that you have to deal with. I know myself, I've called a couple of times, and it's been incredible. The control that you have and just the professionalism you have is incredible. We have this proclamation, a beautiful proclamation that you can hang proudly in the dispatch room. And it reads, whereas emergencies may occur at any time that require police, fire, emergency medical service, and when the emergency occurs, the prompt response of the police officer, firefighter, or paramedic is critical to the protection of life and the preservation of property. Whereas the safety of our first responders personnel is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of the information obtained by the citizen who telephones the city of Homestead's Police Communication Center. Whereas the public safety dispatch of the City of Homestead Police Department received over 82,000 calls from January 1, 2011 to December 2011. That's in 1 year, 82,000 calls. Whereas each dispatcher has exhibiting compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of this job in the past year. Now, therefore, I, Stephen C. Bateman, the Mayor of the City of Homestead, do hereby proclaim from April 9th to April 13th, 2012 as National Public Safety Telecommunication Week, Fire, Police, and Dispatch. Thank you very much. And Chief, please.
The chief has a presentation for the dispatchers also to honor them for the work that they do every day. and it's presented to the Homestead Police Department Communications in recognition and appreciation for your dedication and professionalism to the City of Homestead Police Department and the citizens of Homestead. April 18, 2012, Chief Alexander E. Roll.
I'm going to make it short because they hear me all the time. They don't hear my voice at night. But we appreciate them so much. They've done an outstanding job, and it's a job that I don't want to do. I appreciate you all, and thank you so much. And I want to make sure that, I don't know if you've seen the plaque or not, but it's beautiful. This is something that we're going to put in the station, and when they leave, it's going to be in Homestead PD. But again, thank you all so much, and they work so hard, and believe you me, we get very, very few complaints, and to do this job, it's unbelievable. And thank you all again. I really appreciate each and every one of y'all.
Sam, everybody wants to say anything? No? Sure.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and all of you in attendance, thank you so very much. It's been a long road for a lot of us. You know, some of us have done this for 2 decades, some a decade, some even less. And the calls, we're here to serve, and honestly, in all honesty, none of us would be here had it not been for the City of Homestead and the citizens that we serve. And we thank you for that opportunity to live and grow with this city. A lot of us are homesteaders born and bred, and I personally thank God above that I can serve this city, and more so, have the day-to-day operations under Chief Roll, Captain Kent, and the command staff and Sergeant Sermon that we have. None of us would be here had it not been for the city itself, so thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts.
Okay, thank you very much, all of you. Don't go anywhere, Chief, because now we have Officer of the Month. Who's presenting the Officer of the Month? Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Council. It's my privilege tonight to nominate Officer Manny Figueroa for Officer of the Month for February. However, I also am going to turn over the actual presentation to Captain Randy Chong. Captain Chong was instrumental in Tony Koga's, making sure Tony Koga and his family were taken care of in the years following his accident. For those that don't know, Tony Koga was a police officer here in the 80s that was involved in a serious on-duty accident that left him with brain damage. He subsequently had to retire because of his disability and went home to Wisconsin, where he was under the care of his family. Many issues came up over the years as a result of his injuries, and Captain Chong was led the way in dealing with those issues. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Captain Chong at this time. For those that don't know, this is Captain Randy Chong. He's a retired captain with the Homestead Police Department.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager, City Attorney. It's with honor that I'm here to be allowed to read a letter that Sergeant Trad wrote nominating Officer Figueroa for Officer of the Month. And I'll read you the letter. Dear Chief Roll, it is with great satisfaction and my privilege to nominate Reserve Officer Manny Figueroa as Officer of the Month for February 2012 for his selfless and tireless efforts in leading the cause to have Homestead Police Officer Tony Koga placed on the Miami-Dade County Police Memorial Wall of Honor. On February 15th, the Board of Directors for the POAT voted to place Officer Koga on the Memorial Wall of Honor as a result of his in-line duty-related death. This great honor for Officer Koga is due in no small part to the efforts put forth by Officer Figueroa. Please allow me the opportunity to expand on circumstances surrounding Officer Koga's in-line duty-related deaths and Officer Figueroa's efforts that culminated with a favorable vote by the board to place Officer Koga on a memorial wall. On August 4th, 1983, Tony Koga was hired as a Homestead police officer after serving his country in the United States Air Force. On July 6, 1987, Officer Koga, who was responding to emergency backup call, was involved in a serious automobile accident that caused traumatic injuries to Officer Koga, including a drastic brain injury. Officer Koga was airlifted from the scene, slipped into a coma, and spent many months in the hospital and years of rehabilitation. Officer Koga never fully recovered from the accident, and the resulting injuries suffered were life-altering for him and his family. He was unable to continue in his chosen career of law enforcement. He was unable to totally care for himself and had to relocate back to Wisconsin because he required the aid of his family for the remainder of his life. On March 8, 2011, Officer Koga froze to death, alone in his apartment in Wisconsin. The medical examiner ruled that the cause of death was hypothermia. Unfortunately, little was made of Officer Koga's death, and he slipped further into obscurity. His memory the victim of time and apathy, with the exception of one person, Officer Figueroa. In August 2011, Officer Figueroa took on the challenge of seeking to induct Officer Koga onto the memorial wall. He was not ordered or prompted to take up this cause. He did it on his own, going above and beyond his duty and role as a reserve officer. And I should mention, Officer Figueroa did not even know Officer Koga. They have never met. The induction of Officer Koga was far from automatic and required many hours of effort by Officer Figueroa over the following 6 months. In order for the board of directors to vote favorably, a cause and effect would need to be established between Officer Koga's on-duty injuries and his subsequent death almost 24 years later. It's not an easy task. Officer Figueroa contacted HPD officers familiar with the circumstances, gathered information, reports, newspaper articles, years' worth of documentation, medical records, wrote letters and emails, made numerous phone calls, and ultimately compiled a comprehensive packet to be presented to the POAT subcommittee. Now, those of you know that it's not easy to get your own medical records 25 years ago. Officer Figueroa got a deceased officer's medical records, and I know he ran into many walls that he somehow had to find a way to get over and around, and he accomplished that. Paramount in the effort of linking Officer Koga's on-duty injury with his death was Officer Figueroa's effort with the medical examiner's office in Wisconsin. The medical examiner was unaware of circumstances involving Officer Koga's accident and resulting congenital mental impairment. Officer Figueroa contacted the medical examiner and provided supporting documentation and medical records. Because of the information provided by Officer Figueroa, the medical examiner supplemented his autopsy report and ruled that it was reasonable to infer that Officer Koga's death was a result of substantial neurologic deficits directly related to the brain injury he sustained in the line of duty. The medical examiner's amended ruling was the key needed in order for the POAT subcommittee to link Officer Koga's on-duty injury with his death. On February 15th, POAT Board of Directors met with Captain Perez and presented the subcommittee findings and recommended adding Officer Koga's name to the memorial wall. After presenting their findings and a discussion period, the motion to induct Officer Koga into the memorial was passed unanimously by the board. Following that meeting, Sergeant Trad was able to talk with Captain Perez, who presented the findings, and stated to Sergeant Trad this was the most comprehensive packet he has ever seen. Captain Perez went on to say that the subcommittee's job was made a lot easier because of the packet provided to them. In conclusion, this coming May on Police Memorial Day, the Koga family, the Homestead Police Department, as well as other Miami-Dade County departments will gather at the hallowed grounds of the memorial wall and thank Officer Koga for his service and ultimate sacrifice. I believe it is safe to say that this great honor for Officer Koga, his family, and our department would not have happened but for the selfless efforts of Officer Figueroa. And Officer Figueroa, if you come up here, Officer of the Month. Mr. Mayor, could I have you present this plaque, please?
With pleasure, Officer Figueroa. You definitely have gone above and beyond the call of duty. So I present to you today Officer of the Month, Officer Manny Figueroa, for being selected Officer of the Month, February 2012. I know this is a symbol of our appreciation, but I can tell you it's deeply heartfelt, and hearing the time that you spent and the things that you've done, it's overwhelming, and thank you for what you've done for one of our own.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, everybody sitting here tonight. I've been involved with POAT since 1993, way before I even decided to become a police officer. And one of the things that I've always taken to heart is to make sure that every police officer that unfortunately loses their lives while performing their duties are recognized. When I first heard of the situation, it just came natural. You know, I had to see what I could do in order to get Tony Koga on the wall. If I may add, Chief, with your permission, on May 2nd of this year, Officer Koga will be placed to rest here in South Florida. His remains are being brought by his parents. We will have a full honor guard police funeral for Officer Koga, and I hope the public comes out and supports the family who are making a long journey from Wisconsin with Tony's remains. The funeral will take place at 10 a.m. at South Bay Memorial Park, 14200 Southwest 117th Avenue. Again, thank you, and it had to be done. Thanks.
And I want to thank the Chief, Alro, and our City Attorney and our City Manager for working diligently on street naming. And I know that will come before the council if necessary to do some street naming for fallen police officers, and Officer Koga will be the first one that will name a street after in his honor. Thank you all very much, and thank you for the job you do for us every day, because I know that it's a very tough job. I come from a family of a police officer, and I can tell you, I can remember 10 years old, doing my homework, sitting at home. My father got off the afternoon shift, and when he walked in the house, his right knee the pant leg was ripped open. And 20 minutes before he got off work, there was some type of foot chase or something. So he had to come home at the end of his day after just a small altercation like that, which has to work mentally on you. Forget about physical. It has to work on each and every one of you mentally. And I thank you for what you do for us. Okay, special presentations. The next one on the list is, again, a very special presentation. And I'd like to ask Councilman Steve Shelley to come down and read the proclamation. I'd like to ask all of council to come down and join me and this individual, Julio Brea. Please come forward, because this is an honor for us to do this tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to invite Julio up here. He beat me to the punch. It's my honor today to be able to present this proclamation to one of our great employees. And with that, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas the Cuban American Association of Civil Engineers is a nonprofit corporation organized under the laws of the state of Florida, whose purpose is to assist members in the maintenance of the highest professional engineering skills and to aid the members in retaining and exercising said skills, to maintain and support the highest principles of professional engineering achievements, and to obtain the advancement of the science and professional of engineering. And whereas the Louis P. Sands Engineer of the Year Award is an annual award presented to individuals who represent these ideals by achieving greater status on the profession by being appointed to positions of significant importance in the civil engineering profession, either within the government or private firms. And whereas this year, the recipient of the Louis P. Sands Engineer of the Year Award is given to our Public Works and Engineering Director, Julio Brea. Whereas Mr. Brea has been recognized for his outstanding contribution to the government and the civil engineering field, especially during his tenure with the City of Homestead and his charitable efforts in our community while preserving his Cuban heritage. And whereas Mr. Brea not only exemplifies the qualities of a true Louis P. Sands Award recipient, but also the qualities of a committed city employee and a dedicated public servant. Now, therefore, the Mayor of the City of Homestead, Stephen C. Bateman, does hereby proclaim this 18th day of April, 2012, as Julio Brea Day in Homestead.
This is truly an honor. I have to, guess I'm a little taken aback. I didn't know I was going to get this. But I would like to take credit for this award, but in reality, this is a result of the wonderful staff that we have here at the city that works day in and day out to make sure that the city infrastructure meets the needs and the needs of everybody that lives within the city and even the people that come here to visit us. And I'd really like to dedicate this to them, because without them, they're the ones that keep me out of trouble. So they deserve this along with all of us together. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council.
I would, one more thing from the Cuban American Association of Civil Engineers. Hereby presents the Louis Sands Award to Julio Brea in recognition of his outstanding contribution to government and the civil engineering field, especially during his tenure with the City of Homestead as the Director of Public Works and Engineering Department and his charitable efforts in the community while preserving his Cuban heritage. and it gives their date. So this is also a plaque from them, and thank you, Mr. Breyer, for all that you do. If I could call our Finance Director, Mr. Perez. I'll present you with a proclamation for the Fair Housing Month, in the month of April here. Whereas April 11, 2012 marks the 44th anniversary of the passage of the U.S. Fair Housing Law, Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968 is amended, in which enunciates a national policy for fair housing without regard to race, color, creed, national origin, sex, or family status and handicap, and encourages fair housing opportunities for all citizens. And whereas the City of Homestead is committed to highlight the Fair Housing Law, Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968 by continuing to address discrimination in our community, to support programs that will educate the public about the right to equal housing opportunities, and to plan partnership efforts with other organizations to help ensure every American of their right to fair housing. Now therefore, I, Stephen C. Bateman, the Mayor of the City of Homestead, Florida, do hereby proclaim April 2012 as Fair Housing Month in Homestead and urge all citizens to celebrate fair housing throughout the year.
Since this is Fair Housing Month, we continue to promote awareness for it, and for further information, you can contact on our website at www.cityofhomestead.com for further information. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next item, Councilman Shelley, Historic Site Designation to Trinity Faith Tabernacle.
Thank you, Mayor. As liaison to the Historic Preservation Board of Homestead, I have the honor of recognizing a designated historic landmark. I'd like to invite Yvonne Knowles to come up as well to help me present this proclamation or present this award. The Trinity Faith Tabernacle Deliverance Center building located at 512 Southwest 4th Street was recently designated as a historic landmark by the city on June 30th, 2010 by the Historic Preservation Board. Yvonne Knowles, who's the chairman of the Historic Preservation Board, will present to Pastor McCoy and his wife, Miss McCoy, the official bronze plaque commemorating the historic designation.
Thank you, Councilman Shelley. We appreciate your support of the Historic Preservation Board. In 1940s, the Trinity Faith Tabernacle Deliverance Center was the only African-American movie theater in the city of Homestead, and to this day it has maintained its architectural and cultural distinction. I would like to thank very much the Bishop McCoy and Mrs. McCoy for spearheading the application process. I would also like to thank Mr. Joe Cordino's staff, and specifically Danielle Bonilla, who is our new landmark officer, for getting the paperwork and making sure we have this plaque today. So Danielle, thank you for your work on this. At this point, I would like to introduce you to Bishop McCoy and Mrs. McCoy.
God bless you. It's a pleasure to be here. Mayor and Vice Mayor, Councilman, we just thank the Lord for allowing us to be here. Amen. To be able to accept this plaque today, and just thank God for you.
We just want to thank you so very much. We want to show our gratitude in a special way, because it was a lot of work that Ms. Knowles put in. You know, she did so much for us, and we really appreciate that. We appreciate the mayor, the vice mayor, the council board. We appreciate each and every one of you. Every time we have a need, we know to call or come to you, and we thank you for your help so much. And we would like to give you something too.
Get mine first.
On behalf of the city, the Trinity Faith Tabernacle Deliverance Church, built in 1940, has been designated a local historic site, designated June 30th, 2010, by the Historic Preservation Board of the City of Homestead. This will now be placed on the outside of your building. Thank you so much for going through the process for us and adding to our inventory of very treasured buildings at Homestead.
Thank you, Councilman Shelley. Next, Relay for Life presentation, Councilman Waldman.
Yes, Michael, there he is. Would you like to take the podium? And as he comes forward, I just want to say that Michael is my hero. He is the chairman of Relay for Life. He's taking it on now. This is your second year, right?
My second year as the event chair. I served one as the entertainment chair and the whole 7 years on the city team.
He's a great champion of Relay for Life, and I'm going to ask him to talk a little bit about it, and maybe I'll add something at the end.
Thank you. The Relay for Life is more than just a fundraiser. It is a life-changing event that gives everyone in the communities across the globe a chance to celebrate the lives of people who have battled cancer, remember loved ones lost, and fight back against the disease. It also represents the hope that one day those lost to cancer will never be forgotten, and those that face cancer will be supported. At Relay, teams of people camp out overnight at local high schools, parks, or fairgrounds to take turns walking or running around a track. The Relay for Life is an overnight event lasting anywhere from 18 to 24 hours. Hours is 18. Relayers do not have to walk all night, but alternate. And each team is asked to have a representative on the track at all times during the duration of the event. Excuse me. There's a strong symbolism for the relay being an overnight event. Cancer does not sleep, and neither do we. The light and the darkness of the day parallel the physical, emotions, and mental state of the cancer patient while undergoing treatment. Relay starts when the sun is going down. This symbolizes the time that a person has been diagnosed with cancer. The day is getting darker, and this represents the cancer patient's state of mind as they feel like their life may be coming to an end. Just as the darkness brings an uncertainty of what the night will hold, being diagnosed brings a similar feeling of uncertainty. As the evening progresses, it usually gets cooler and darker and quieter, just as the emotion of the cancer patient does. Around the 1 o'clock hour represents the time that the cancer patient starts treatment. They become exhausted, sick, and not wanting to go on, possibly wanting to give up. As our participants walk and run, they also feel tired, perhaps feeling a bit weaker and not wanting to go on, but they do. The sun rising represents the end of the treatment for the cancer patient. They see the light at the end of their tunnel and know that life will go on. They are still tired, but the morning light brings an excitement about what lies ahead. Participants are tired, but they know that the end of the relay is nearing and that they will still have many great days ahead of them. What can one expect at a relay? Well, relay kicks off with a survivor's lap, which is an inspirational time in which survivors are invited to circle the track together and help everyone celebrate the victories which we have achieved against cancer. Even if you are still fighting the fight, you are still a survivor. It is at this time we recognize and celebrate the caregivers also. These individuals selflessly give their time, love, and support to their family, friends, and even total strangers who are facing cancer. As the evening progresses, the sun sets, and we honor those touched by cancers and remember those lost to the disease during the luminaria ceremony. Silence falls, and all the lights go off, and we light candles inside of bags of white sand, each bag bearing the name of loved ones lost to cancer. Last but not least, there is fighting back ceremony, where everyone makes a personal commitment to take up the fight. The commitment can be as simple as just quitting smoking, getting cancer screened, or volunteering to help those who cannot help themselves, such as road recovery, which you give a cancer patient a ride to their treatment, or becoming a caregiver. Everyone has their own reasons for participating. I'm sure everybody in here has been touched by it. I'm not indifferent. I lost my father to lung cancer back in 1996. He was a strong family man who served his country in the U.S. Army for 22 years, including 3 tours in Vietnam, which was, it was his exposure to Agent Orange in Vietnam that ultimately caused his cancer. This year's relay will be held on May 18th at the Lale Sports Complex, beginning at 6 p.m. I invite everybody to come. In addition to the traditional Relay for Life ceremonies, there will be food, activities, and event for the whole family. Although admission is free, we encourage everyone to bring your wallets as it is a fundraiser. If you'd like more on the event, registering as a survivor, or just want to volunteer, you can call me at 305-342-7856. I'll have some information in the back. Or you can email myself at hitman1969@comcast.net. Or you can make contact with American Cancer Society representative Janie Mayville, 305-779-2843. And remember, there's no finish line until we find a cure.
Thank you, Michael. Give it a round of applause. I just want to say that as past chair of Relay for many years, I know what it takes and how much hard work and hours, volunteer hours that you give to make this event a success. So I want to thank you very much. As a cancer survivor, I can tell you early detection saved my life, and through the efforts of Relay for Life and people like Michael, we continue to try to get the word out, try to let people know that it's a simple trip to the doctor, simple trip. And I beg you to support Relay for Life this year. I'll be there. Don't know what they'll have me do, and I'm sure Mr. Burgess and some of the others will be in the donking booth. Put that on the record, check. It just means so much. Nobody in this audience hasn't had a loved one, I'm sure, with cancer. And the struggles are horrible. And this year, we've asked the city, it's later on in the agenda, but I'm going to ask you, the chair, that we can move it up to be a sponsor of the event. And I would like to dedicate the event to Lisette Maldonado. Councilman Maldonado's wife is in her last days of breast cancer. And that's why you haven't seen him at the meetings. He's here with you in love and spirit. I talk to him every day. It's a very sad situation. There's peace. There's peace in the room. And so that's who I would like to see this Relay for Life dedicated to.
Done.
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 And Mr. Burgess, Vice Mayor, if we could move, if that would be all right to move that up, I'd make a motion.
Tab 17, we would like to move it up on the agenda since we're talking about the Relay for Life now. Is there any objection to moving it up? Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second. There's a second. There's been a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next item will be a discussion of the bowling alley, and I'll take a staff report first, please, from the manager.
Vice Mayor, at the council meeting on March 21st, the presentations were made from proposers for the site. At that meeting, the council decided or stated that the proposers had until April 3rd, 2012 to submit their final and best offers. By April 3rd, the city received 3 proposals, and we received 1 letter from an entity asking for more time or a more formal process. Since that time, we've received, past the deadline, we've received an additional proposal, and we've also received from one of the original 3 proposers some amendments to their proposal that they submitted before the deadline. And so, I guess the first question would be, are you interested in hearing from the proposer that did not make the deadline but submitted the proposal? And then also, would you like each of the proposers that made the deadline to submit proposals, to make presentations tonight as well?
Well, I guess, if the mayor may let me ask a question.
Sure, please.
I guess my first question to you is, why did the one proposer not make the deadline?
They knew what the deadline was. They asked us if they could submit. We told them what the deadline was. We also told them that if they submitted beyond the deadline, that we would forward it to you and have you make a decision on whether you'd accept the late proposal or not.
Okay, then I'll turn it back over to you. That's all we've done is staff report, and I asked that one question about the bowling alley.
So I guess the first question is, would you like each of the proposers to make a presentation tonight? Of the 3 that submitted on time, and of the 4th, would you like to hear them since their proposal is before you, or...
Well, do you have a recommendation?
Our recommendation is that you hear the first 3, and then if the 4th one wants to make a case why they should be considered, you should at least hear their case and then decide. But there was a formal process, and there's a certain level of fairness. But it's your call.
Yeah. Okay. I just didn't want to get into long, drawn-out presentations. We've heard them. I thought maybe staff had already come to some conclusion, and we can kind of just maybe get a 3 to 5 minute, 3 minute from each of the 3 proposers.
And who would you like?
About 800 pages to cover tonight. I'm not exaggerating.
Who would you like to start with?
It's
Bird Bowl.
Bird Bowl. Sounds good.
Good evening. Basically, my proposal hasn't changed from last presentation, so I don't...
Could we have your name and address for the record?
Sergio Rock, 48 East Flagler Street, Suite 105, Miami 33131. In front of you, you have my proposal. If you want me to go through that again, I will. Basically...
Just recap real quick. Your proposal was this, and it was like 500,000 and da-da-da-da.
My offer from Bird Bowl is $500,000. It's $25,000 deposit. The $475,000 is paid, I think, within 60 days after we open for business. Recalling my proposal, we have a 5-year deed restriction, 60 business days of due diligence, and we plan on operating a 40-lane bowling center with a 6,000 square foot, approximately 6,000 square foot restaurant.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Bird Bowl? Mr. Shirley.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. I don't really have any questions. I guess I'll just kind of make a statement and maybe cut to the chase on some of this stuff so we can speed it along if we're lucky. I've looked at all these proposals. I looked at all these that we got. I read through them. To me, Bird Bowl had probably the best proposal, had the best presentation as far as professionalism. It looks like they've got the funding. It also looks like they have the ability to run it. I'm still not happy at all with the offer of the purchase price. I still think that it's not a reasonable purchase price at all. So I'm not happy with that part. But I don't see from the other applicants much in the way of other options. You have an operator who has the experience but doesn't have necessarily the cash flow to do the repairs and to get the business up and running. You have another operation that has the money, but now no longer has an operator, or at least not one that I'm aware of. And so at this point, the only one that's got the package, it seems like, is Bird Bowl. Bird Bowl seems to have all the parts, the pieces that we need to get this thing up and running. But again, just for the record, I'm not happy at all with the purchase price. I wouldn't agree to the proposal that you provided, but at this point, think you may be the best alternative as far as going forward with maybe better negotiations.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. And I think that, I concur. I had the same struggle at the last meeting. Was I think I even publicly said I believe the property is worth $2.5 million. Well, the appraisal came in. What's the number?
$2,630,000.
And that was just throwing the dart. $2.5 million, and it's a tough decision. I want a bowling alley. I don't know if my fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers is the $2.5 million, and maybe something else works there, or is my responsibility again to, as you heard me last week, a quality of life? Do I give up the $2 million if we could get that? You're right. I don't think there's people standing in line, but if we allowed a different use, I would think you'd probably get pretty close to the $2.5 million. There's been churches, there's been other things that want to line up in there, there's been retail, and we've always said no because we struggled to bring a bowling alley back to the citizens of this community. So I have a tough time too with it. I think you're the strongest candidate without a doubt. I think you've got years and years of practice on this, if for lack of better comment, and I like your whole operation where you're at and what you're doing, but I just have a hard time with the 500,000. Would you consider maybe a higher, $1.5 million over 20 years or something? But something we can show the taxpayers that we did due diligence for that property.
Again, and I reviewed the appraisal, and obviously the appraisal had a value of, I think, 2.5, and it noted in the appraisal that obviously the highest and best use was not a bowling center. You know, and that's where it becomes an issue because of the amount of money it takes to run a business. It's not just a development piece where you're just going to rent out spaces. It's an operating a business, and that business requires a lot of infrastructure and a lot of money, of capital. So it's a little bit different than just appraising the highest best use on a piece of land, which you're absolutely correct. I mean, I think you can get a lot more money if you didn't have a restriction on putting a bowling center there. But again, there's so much due diligence, and I think I had mentioned this to you in the past, especially without having a set of copy of the building plans as well. I know what it's going to take to bring a bowling center there, and there's not in my eyes, there's not a possibility the bowling center can open up there in September of this year under no condition. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on this bowling center with plans and permits. So it's without having the ability of doing that due diligence, which costs us a lot of money, we really didn't have an understanding of what it would really take, and I don't think anybody really does, because I haven't seen anybody who did a set of building plans and as-built and what it takes. So I think people are just assuming and guessing on these numbers, and I think that's why I asked for the ability to do my due diligence in 90 days and come back to you with a business plan. But you guys have chosen to go ahead and want a firm number. And for me to come back to you with a firm number, I can't come back to you and overstate something and come back later and say, look, I overvalued it $1 million. I didn't want to do that. So I was kind of put in a situation where I had to come up to a number where I think makes sense to me. Now, without doing the due diligence that I need to do, it's hard to tell how much money it's going to take and how much time it's going to take. So that's really the problem of where I come as far as negotiating a higher price at this point.
No, and I appreciate you spending the time that you spent, and it's just something we're going to have to come to a decision here.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Rock said, no way in September. What would be, I mean, obviously you haven't done the due diligence down there to see exactly what's what, you know, apples or oranges, but what would be a guesstimate as far as if September's not a possibility? Do you have any kind of guesstimate as to what we would be looking forward to down there?
Yes, I think it's 6 to 9 months after we close, after my due diligence.
Okay.
6 to 9 months.
Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Mayor, just so I'm clear, so I understand what you're saying as far as not wanting to overstate a price to get the bid and turn around and have to come back and tell us, sorry, I overestimated. So I appreciate that. But are what you also saying then that if you do your due diligence and we continue to negotiate, that the price may be higher, or are you going to say now 500,000 is your price and that's all there is? Because once we open it back up, or once we choose a particular business to go forward with, the city kind of loses its negotiation power as well. So there's a problem there, and that neither one of us want to commit. You don't want to get too high of a price. We don't want to hint that we might accept a lower price, and there's kind of an issue there. So is there a solution that you can propose that will allow us to still maximize the value and be able to justify the price to our taxpayer constituents?
I'm not sure if that's ever been done. Again, my first request to you was a 90-day due diligence period without coming to you with an amount, and that was kind of rejected. And the reason is why I'm back here, and it was rejected, and that's why I got stuck, you know, giving you a price at that. I really don't know how that can be accomplished. You know, I'm not sure. I don't know if, you know, if I give too high of a price, then I come back after my due diligence and say, this doesn't make sense, and this is what the number I can do, and then obviously you have the right to either accept that or not. But to try to figure out I'm not sure how that could be done in a contract. I don't know.
I'm not saying that it can. I'm just asking any creative solutions you might have to try to figure out a way to go forward. Because again, I think I could give direction, and I still want to hear the other applicants present. But I could give direction to continue negotiations with you to give you your chance to do your due diligence. But I couldn't agree to the terms that you proposed or the price that you proposed at this point. So it would still be subject to fail.
And again, I'm willing to go ahead and do my due diligence, enter into the contract at no price at this point until I come back to you and give you my final price on doing this deal. And at that point in time, the commission can either accept the price that I'm giving or not. I'm the one that's actually spending all the money and time to actually do my due diligence, which is what I initially requested, which to me made the most sense on this particular property. So I'm willing to do that as well, and not have to get into a contract today for $500,000, which might go up. I'm not sure.
Okay. Faircloth, comment?
Mr. Rock, I understand your reservation and the reason why you asked for that due diligence period before you proposed a number, but for my sake, let's just make it plain. Are you willing to go higher above the $500,000 after you do your due diligence period if we move in that direction?
If the numbers if at the end of my due diligence period I see that there's an ability for me to go higher, I will. Obviously that's after my due diligence period.
Mayor?
Yes.
As I said last time you stood before us, I don't put any credence into the appraisal whatsoever. The appraisal is done for one reason and one reason only, and the appraisal includes everything. This is a bowling alley. As I said before, you can't compare apples to oranges. It's apples to apples. If you're appraising a property for the highest and best use, yes, it's going to be $2.5 million. I didn't have any doubt in my mind that that's what it would be. We said those figures. But we have it that it is supposed to be a bowling alley, and that's what it should be appraised for. So, again, I go back to that. And you're going to put millions of dollars into that. Any one of you, you're going to end up putting millions of dollars into that bowling alley. So, we need to make up our mind. Yes, we're going to keep it as a bowling alley, or no, we're going to put it out there for highest and best use. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It has to be one way or the other. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shelley. Mr. Mayor, one last comment. And as it relates to the appraisal, I agree that the highest and best use price versus what it would be to put the restrictions on for a bowling alley, there is some reduction for that. I don't know that it's 1.5 or $2 million reduction, but I do agree there's some reduction. But I think there's also other ways that we can help protect the city. I mean, we can always work with, a longer commitment to keep it as a bowling alley, because again, that's the reduction. That's why we would agree to a reduction in price, is because we want that quality of life here. So right now you're proposing 5. Maybe a more reasonable number would be, 8 or 10 or so, and then therefore we would accept possibly a lower price. I don't know. That'd be determined based on as we look at things, or some sort of reverter or something, so that if we sell it to you for $500,000, you go 5 years, and then it doesn't work out as a bowling alley for whatever reason, and you sell it at best use at $5 million, we've now given you a windfall of $4.5 million. That's hard for us to justify at a later date in time. So maybe there's some way of recapturing any profits made after that time if you were to sell it. There's some things that we can work on as far as the negotiation process, I think, and maybe resolve it going forward. We're trying.
Well, my initial opinion on that is, if the City of Homestead would like me to consider additional years other than 5 years, I think that's something we would consider. I think that I wouldn't get into negotiations with, after that deed restriction and the value of the property and so on at that point. So I would definitely consider increasing the years on the deed restriction for the bowling alley, because we are spending millions of dollars in there, but I don't think it's something I want to get involved in dealing with contracts and valuation after a deed restriction. But I would consider additional years.
like that. Anything further from council? Okay, anything further from the manager? City attorney? Okay. Next
Thank
item.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, Mayor, will be Park.
Good evening. How's the volume? Can you hear me all right? Thank you. John Peart of Peart Corp. Zephyr Real Estate. We have an office at number 1 Chrome Street, and I'd like to first ask if there was a misunderstanding with respect to whether or not we have an operator. I couldn't quite hear you at the back, Councilman Shelley, but we do have an operator, and it's the same operator we presented in the last meeting, and he is here again this evening. And I'd like to express that he has an enormous amount of experience, and that was there a misunderstanding on that point, sir?
My question, when I saw the application, I thought he had applied separately.
Actually, he had applied separately originally, and was hoping that the city would lease the property to him in the very beginning. And his offer now is, and he can explain that to you if you'd like him to, was in the event that for any reason we were not awarded the bid, in which case he would like to have the opportunity to lease the property and go it alone. But it was stated in the last meetings that that wasn't...
Right, well, I understand that the last meeting you guys presented together, he had withdrawn his offer, and then it was just you guys presenting as a group. And when this next offer came through, he also presented an offer in which he didn't mention you guys, and I don't think you mentioned him any longer. And so it was my understanding you guys were proceeding separately. And so if that is not correct, that's fine. You can correct the record tonight.
Well, actually, it's in the documentation that we presented to you. His name is included there as well as his qualifications.
Okay. Anyways, for me, it's just the issue is you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't present with one group and then turn around and present a second time as a backup plan. It just doesn't look right to me. So, but anyways,
I couldn't agree with you more. However, the gentleman has expressed to us that in the event you didn't want a sale, that he would like to have the opportunity. So he can speak for himself on that note. Would you like him to address that now?
No, you finish yours and he can do
All right, very good. So are there any questions regarding our offer? Is there anything that anybody would like me to speak on? I just want to illustrate as well that we have an operator that's qualified and well qualified, and I'd like to also, for the record, state that our offer, I don't know what the late offer is all about, but I'd like to obviously state for the record that our offer is the highest at $800,000, which is almost double the nearest offer. So if there are no questions, there's really not much more to say, except that we have the experience and the highest offer and a qualified offer. This is our 4th visit here. Thank you for inviting us back, and I'm sure they'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, just for my clarification, are you looking in...
I apologize, sir. I can't hear you here.
Well, then they're going to have to turn the mic up. My question is to you, with your offer of being $800,000, is that you all will have that needing financing, or what are you asking for the $800,000? Is that going to require financing or cash?
I'm not certain, but I believe you asked me if we needed financing. I can't hear you very well.
Right.
No, we don't require financing, but we did ask in our offer and present in our offer that we would give $400,000 in cash for the purchase and ask the city to hold the mortgage for an additional $400,000. So it is asking for you to hold funds, but it's not saying necessarily that we need a mortgage. That's our proposal in our presentation model.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, council members.
Let me clear that statement up for you, Mr. Shelley. The reason I did that was at the last meeting, the numbers that were going around with the 500,000 and the rest of the money, I knew there was nobody that was happy with that money. Now, if you looked at my proposal, if you guys decided not to sell the property at those kind of figures, my proposal was to lease the property. And at my lease numbers, if we went through the whole 20 years on the lease, you would end up with about $2 million for the property. If it was the first 10 years, you would end up with about $1.7 million for the property. So I had told John and his folks back there that the only reason that I did that was in case you guys decided not to sell anything and you wanted to go through. On the other hand, I'm ready to get the bowling center up and running. I mean, I do have the funding to do this. I heard you say that. If you looked at my papers and stuff, I'm very capable of putting this together. I have the banks. I have 2 banks, and I already had some meetings with them, and they're very interested in going on board with me and doing this and funding the project. I explained the whole project to them. I have the contractors in place. This is all they do is build bowling centers. They're very good friends of mine. They were down here with me. We went through this property 3 times already. And I have Paula, Miss Carter over here. She's definitely in my corner. She is very, very willing to do this with me. And I do have the plans from that building when it was first built. Wow. So, I mean, if you want to get a bowling center going, we're ready to go.
Mr. Williams. So, let me get this right. You're saying that on your own now that you have banks that you've already talked with to get financing if we wanted to lease the property. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the same bank would not be able to work with your group that you have now that you all collaborated with the first time?
Repeat that, please.
The group that you're currently working with, the gentleman, I forget his name, that just spoke, the banks that you're working with now individually would not be able to collaborate with what you all are doing?
Two separate deals altogether.
Okay, I'm confused then. I'm confused because are you all partners or not? Are you in the deal with him or not? Well, I think that needs to be
like Mr. Shelley said, you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you all wanted to sell the property, and it was because nobody was really sure if you wanted to sell it and get out from underneath it and just walk away from it.
No, I said there's no leases. I'm not doing any leases or $1 a year deals, so somebody did say that.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams. I'm sorry, man. I keep thinking I have the floor. I'm sorry. I don't know words in my mouth. My colleagues get interrupting persons.
You have the floor, yes, sir.
But thank you, man. So let me be quite honest with you. I'm a little confused about your presentation. One, that you're working with another party, but then if we're not wanting to sell the property, then you come in through the other door to say lease it to you because you have all of the financing and stuff in place.
Right. I really didn't. I didn't make a proposal to buy the property outright. I made a proposal to lease the property if nobody could come to any agreements to sell it, whether it be Bird Bowl or Mr. Pert or whatever, 500,000, 800,000, whatever you guys wanted to do. And if you wanted to lease the property, then I was willing to lease the property after 10 years. You know, it was $1 million for the 10 years, and that's $700,000 at the end of the 10 years to purchase the property. So in essence, you'd be getting $1.7 million for the property after 10 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Shelley. Yes, Mr. Mayor. I actually like your proposal somewhat better as far as the lease and the total value of $1.7 million, because I don't think there's anything wrong with financing or leasing, because ultimately we get the product we want. If it fails, we get the property back and we sell it for the highest and best use the next time around. So ultimately, we don't have to worry about the purchase price. So I don't think that leasing or seller financing is a bad option for the city, because that's how we ended up with it back this time. And we can turn around and get our money out of it over time, plus we get the bowling center in the process. The problem I have with your offer though is that I don't see the way that you have enough financing to remodel and get the bowling alley up and running, because from my understanding it's going to be maybe $1 million or more by the time you remodel the kitchen, finish the lanes, put in the air conditioning system, fix the mold, fix the walls. I mean, there's issues with this bowling center. So your month-to-month lease payments sound good, it works for me, somewhat, but the problem is I don't think you have the capital necessary to turn it into an operational quality bowling center in the process. And so it's one of those things where that's my problem with your proposal. I think you're a good operator. I think you would have the ability to run it, and I'm not opposed to lease payments. But I just don't see in your disclosure where you don't even have up $1 million in your access to do the remodeling to even get it open. So I just don't think it works.
Well, what I was suggesting in there was that has nothing to do with fixing up the restaurant. I have someone that's interested in doing the restaurant part, and then, like I said, at one of the council meetings before, the guy is part of your, well, he's in Florida City. I don't know if that's your community or not or whatever, but he's interested in the restaurant part of it down there. As far as me fixing up the bowling center, I'm very capable of doing that and getting it running as soon as possible.
And I don't disagree, you probably are, but it's one of those things where the idea was that we would have all information we needed today to make that decision going forward to choose one operator or maybe even finalize the deal. And so for that information not to be here, it's now, I'm not going to take your word for it. I wanted to see documentation so that I could make my decision based on facts and figures and consult with staff and make sure that I knew what I was doing before I made that decision. And so that's the problem, is based on what you provided me, that wasn't necessarily specifically set forth in here. You didn't provide me the operator, the funding, things of that nature. And so that's the problem I'm having with making that decision based on what's here, not just what you say, even though I'm sure you're more than capable of doing so. And unfortunately, that's what I've got to work with today, and I'm just making sure, for the record, you guys understand why I feel the way I feel.
Understand.
First, let me tell Councilman Williams, I didn't mean to jump in there, but I had said something that obviously wasn't reflected in his memory last time, so my apologies for taking the floor from you, sir. Secondly, I echo what Councilman Shelley has said about the funds. I don't see the funds being available in your proposal for the fix-up, which by all guesstimates, I guess, by anybody that's been down there, said it's going to be between $2 and $3 million. So that concerns me with your proposal by yourself. And then, as I said before at the last meeting, I'm not in favor of any type of lease. The city's been a proven bad businessman, and I'm ready to get the deal done and be done with it one way or the other. Either we keep it or we sell it outright tonight, and we're done after the due diligence is done, and that's where I'm at. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Wall.
Thank you. First of all, I have to ask you a question. You're Lucky Strikes, right? And you're not Lucky Strikes.
No, Lucky Strikes that's in over on the beach. There's a place on the beach. My bowling, did you guys get the pamphlets? I sent down?
But
the name of my bowling.
There's a confusion, though, with all of us, because you are, you're not, you are.
No, I never said I was Lucky Strikes. But the name of my place is Strikes at Boca. It's the largest bowling center in South Florida. My bowling center has 64 lanes.
Okay.
It's in Boca.
Okay.
It's not...
Well, you should have said yes, it was, because I saw it on television last night.
No, but that's not what you want down here.
I'm just saying. I saw it on television last night. But anyway, I'm going to get real serious here again and go back to this appraisal. It says right here on page 61, a search for sale of bowling alley, roller skating, and ice skating facilities located in competitive locations was conducted. There is only one bowling alley in Miami-Dade County and few in South Florida, and accordingly, there have been no recent sales of bowling alley facilities. Due to the absence of comparable bowling alley sales, the sales comparison approach to value cannot be utilized. So I wanted to put that on the record because that validates what I said about this appraisal not being one that is apples to apples. It's strictly, it's apples to anything. In other words, they're looking
Oh,
for
I understand what you're saying. But and it's true that when they put a bowling center on a piece of property, really it doesn't generate the revenues that other things would be put on the properties. But if you're looking at a piece of property down the street from there that's worth $2.5 million and there's no building on it whatsoever, and it's worth $2.5 million, whether that building is on there or not.
My other problem is, and you have to understand, I've been in the paper business since 1986, buying and selling mortgages all over the United States. So I understand paper. And you can amortize something out, you can do the math, hey, I've done that all the time, where I say, hey, you could get this amount of money if you, in 20 years, amortize it out, multiply, subtract, and there's your figure. the cash in hand is really, really important. And I am worried about the fix-up. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. I'm worried about it because I think $2 million is I don't want to say too much, but I don't want to scare anybody off. But I think $2 million is light, you know, as far as fixing that place up. And again, if you understand cash value and time value of money, you know that $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 in your hand today is worth a lot more than it is. And when I teach this method, I always say a loaf of bread maybe costs 35 cents in the 50s or the 60s. Now a loaf of bread can cost $3 or $4. But that money in hand bought a whole lot of loaves of bread. So,
can I ask a question? Where do all these numbers come from as far as fixing up that building, and where the $2 million or $3 million where does that come from?
it just comes from years of talking to people and having them see the bowling alley and coming back to us and saying, I'm not going to touch it because it's going to cost $2 million or $3 million. You know, I'm not a contractor. I don't claim to be a contractor.
It's not true. It's not true. Everybody thinks that everything.
Have you done a cost analysis as to what the fix-up is going to be?
After doing this for 20 years, let me tell you.
No, have you done a cost analysis?
Well, I had the contractor down there, and we looked at everything in there. Yeah. Everybody thinks the lanes in there have to be taken out. They don't. That the scoring system in there is no good. That's not true. I have that same scoring system. If you look at those pictures in there, those pictures show my bowling center, and I have the same exact scoring system in my bowling center. It's up and running, and it's in perfect shape. And it's the same thing that's in this bowling center down here. And maybe there's some things that are not being said that are very true.
Again, that goes back to a contract, and the contracts. Every one of you need a due diligence time. You need that diligence time to make sure that what you're buying, you're buying.
Exactly.
You're not buying, as the old, my grandmother used to say, a pig in a poke. I mean, you got to know what you're buying, you know.
Exactly.
Not a Cadillac, you want a Cadillac, you know.
But there's a lot of stuff in that place that is very,
but that due
very
diligence
salvageable.
period is very important, and I urge the council to allow that due diligence period to be done because you have to have time to do your homework. You have to, and I'm all for that. I'm all for that time period. But I'd rather see, since we've thrown some figures out here, I'd rather see $650,000 in cash and know that that money's going to be there with no contingencies of any kind on any kind of financing. But I know that that figure can't come to pass until we give somebody a contract and we give them a chance to do their due diligence. So I just put it out there where I stand.
Well, in the proposals, after I had put my proposal in, and then I found out that there were going to be other entities that were allowed to make proposals, I made an addendum to my proposal as well, so if you get a chance, you can read that.
Well, unfortunately, we got a lot of papers today, and, you know, we have an agenda that is about, I don't know how many pages did you say it was, Mayor? 800 and some pages? So, I mean, it's hard for us to get things in the day of the meeting and expect us to memorize everything. So
This was a while ago. But I didn't know if we would be able to speak about it because it was after the fact.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to argue. I'm not trying to argue.
Oh, no, I'm just telling. Because that Tuesday, I know we were supposed to have them in, and then I did something after that, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Williams.
This question, Mayor, if you don't mind, is for the for Councilwoman Waldman. You're saying you would like to see $600,000. Could you explain that to me? So I can get it.
May I, through the chair?
Please.
Just throwing some figures out there. I mean, I want so badly to see this bowling alley built. I think the offer was $500,000 in cash, correct? And, you know, I agree with Mr. Shelley and the rest of the council that you'd like to see it raised up some, but until we do that due diligence, you know, you may be right, sir. You may not have to replace the floors. You may not have to replace the scoreboard. You may not have to do things that I think you might need to do, but I'm not a contractor. So I'm trying to give everybody a fair shake here. As far as me as a realtor for 35 years, you know, because it's a very restricted use, and that is only a bowling alley, Councilman Williams, I'm saying that's how I'm looking at it. It can only be a bowling alley. I would be thrilled to have 650,000 in cash. But that's my opinion. I'm just throwing it out.
And that's the buy-in? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I think the value is, because it's restricted. Now, if we lifted the restriction and we made it you could do a shopping center, a nightclub, whatever you wanted to do, yeah, the $2.5 million, not a problem. But it's restricted. It's so restricted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comment from council? Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, the last one, I guess we'll need some clarification on whether you'd like them to make their case why you should consider their late proposal or not, and that's Paul Sasso. I don't know, are they here? They are here.
I personally don't have a problem if they make a 3-minute presentation, but what's the will of the council? Okay, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Manny Galino. I represent Paul R. Sasso and the KSY Revocable Trust in order to present the proposal. Mr. Sasso is a lawyer for the trust and was unable to be here tonight. He had a prior engagement with the city of Pinecrest. He's on the advisory board and they're passing the 5-year plan right now. I'm a financial planner and a real estate agent, actually a mortgage broker in Florida. I've worked very closely with the KSY Revocable Trust. We currently hold many investments with our firm, including equities and investment properties. Last year, we purchased 2 separate properties for the trust, a $5.3 million CVS and another property in Palmetto Bay for $1.3. This year, we intend to purchase 2 different properties, one of them being the bowling alley, and also acquire another commercial investment property. Our proposal is, our purchase price is $800,000 in cash. $100,000 will be put down as a deposit, and $700,000 will be given at closing. Our due diligence period is 60 days. Our closing period after the due diligence will be 30 days. Our intent is to use the property as a bowling alley for the 7-year period of time. The renovations are expected to be approximately 4 months to complete. That would be 4 months after closing. We have a verbal agreement right now with a bowling operator. However, at this time, they do not want to divulge their information. We also interviewed 2 other bowling operators and are in negotiations with them. The trust, the trustee of the trust has actually lived in this area in the Redlands for many years. He's a very well-known businessman, and he would enjoy the opportunity to purchase the property. And one thing that I want to make sure that everybody knows, he has the financial stability to maintain and improve the property. Thank you.
I'll start off with the first question, and that is, let me ask you, in this is a public meeting, how did you hear about this?
Actually, I've been dealing with Gemma for 3 months.
Did she call you?
We knew about the property. We've dealt with the property in the past.
With who?
Actually, I had represented Don Carter. Actually, I'm his financial advisor, and Mrs. Carter also. We had dealt with the property previously with other counsel, and at that time, I believe it was back in 2005, right before it closed down, and weren't able to come to an agreement at that time.
And refresh my memory, you might have said it, you talked, the numbers I understand, but you talked what, how long did you guarantee you'd keep it a bowling center? 10 years?
7 years.
Okay. I like 10. Sounds good.
At this point, basically, I'm not the lawyer dealing with this, but, on a contractual agreement, something can be worked out.
I think if you've been dealing with it a long time, I don't understand why now you're here. Why weren't you here with the rest of
Well,
us?
let's say that I have been around. I'm sorry. Yeah, I have been around. However, my client, he deals with many different business opportunities out of the country. He has properties up in Vancouver and also in Los Angeles. So about 3 weeks ago was the first time we were able to actually get him into the property. So at that point, we had to do our due diligence and try to figure out if this is the best opportunity for our client. So it did take us a little while longer. We were trying to get the proposal in time. Unfortunately, we weren't. However, Gemma said that hopefully we could, get this proposal in at this time.
That's all I have for right now. Council?
Mayor?
Oh, yes, Mr. Williams.
Why only 7 years? Why only 7 years?
The information I got is 7 years. I'm sure it's negotiable, but that's what's presently on this intent. I am sure that something can be worked out with the client. If it's something that's pertinent to the council at 10 years, I'm sure it can be worked out.
But hypothetically speaking, what happens after the 7 years?
Well, our intent is to keep it as a bowling alley if it's profitable, of course. We are going to pretty much get an operator that's qualified to run it as a bowling alley, and obviously this is a business opportunity, and we think it's a great business opportunity to be a bowling alley, and that's why we would purchase it.
Maybe I have Mayor, if you don't mind, I have a question. If it has a restriction only as a bowling alley, maybe this is to the attorney, Mayor, if I can.
Please.
If there's a deed restriction on the bowling alley, the property as a use of the bowling alley, after the 7th year and the business does not go well,
I think what they're suggesting is that the deed restriction would only last for a period of 7 years, and that after the 7 years, they would be free to use it as a bowling alley if they felt like it made sense for the business, but the deed restriction would be lifted after the number of years, whether it's 5 or 7. I think that's what they're all talking about. So it'd be a temporary deed restriction, not a permanent one.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Other questions from council? Please.
I was trying to go on Sunbiz real quick here, and I didn't have time, but the KSY Family Irrevocable Trust, Mr. Sasso is...
The attorney for that trust.
And your name again, sir?
My name is Emmanuel Galino. I am representing the trust. I'm a financial advisor. We are actually the ones who procure the properties for the client.
Is there a reason not to bring forth the actual buyer's name?
No, Kenneth Kwan.
Kwan?
Yes.
K or?
K-W-A-N.
Kenneth Kwan. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, council's pleasure. Yes, Mr. Shaw.
Mr. Mayor, I guess at this point we just need to kind of figure out where we're going from here. I think my position is still kind of the same as what I expressed to begin with, and that is I think that Bird Bowl has all the pieces of the puzzle as far as they have the financing, they have the know-how, and everyone else has kind of got a piece of the puzzle, but not the entire puzzle. So I'm happy with them as far as going forward, but again, I'm still not happy with the price. I still think $500,000 is way too low. I agree that there is some deduction from the fair market value for being a bowling alley restriction, but I don't think it's, $2 million deduction. But it might be. I mean, again, after all the numbers come together, we'll see what it looks like. That can be made up with, extensions as far as how long you have to maintain it as a bowling alley. There's ways to maybe, for us to work out something. So I could direct the manager to go forward and negotiate with Bird Bowl, but not bound to the numbers that you guys have presented, and hope that we can come up with a contract or terms that are more favorable and I think represent a better deal for the city.
I concur with Mr. Shelley. I believe that without a doubt, Bird Bowl is the best applicant here tonight, and I think we just need to get the numbers up, and we need to get that number at 10 years. That you guarantee us 10 years that you'll do your best to you'll remain a bowling center. And I think with the management staff that we have, we can get that done. Anything further? Any other council comment before we?
Just echo your sentiments, and what Councilman Shelley said. Everybody's got a little bit of something that's good. With the dollar figures are better here, but they're still looking for a true person to come in and operate it. Whereas if we reach out to Mr. Rock and Bird Bowl and his organization, they're going to take everything under one cover. They're going to run the restaurant, he stated. They're going to come in and do what they can with the retail space that's over there to make it a viable business. And all the pieces of the puzzle are there in 60 days after the due diligence period. So although the price may not be exactly where I want it to go, I stated earlier, the city, in my eyes, is not a good business person when it comes to doing business deals, and I think the best thing we can do is get what we can get with the strongest entity to come in there tonight, and in my eyes, Bird Bowl is the strongest entity to enter that facility, and financially and professionally, they're at least equal to anybody else that I've seen around or talked to and heard about. So in my eyes, they're the strongest candidate at this particular time.
Mayor, do you need a motion?
Please.
And I'll make a motion that we instruct staff to meet and work with Bird Bowl, do a contract, price contingent upon the results of the due diligence period.
And for how long do you want that due diligence? 90 days? What do you want?
What was it that they asked for, the due diligence period?
They asked for 90 days. 60 business days.
Okay, 60 days. Thank you.
Okay. Is a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Okay. Let's do a roll call.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilwoman Woolman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes, but I do reserve the right to vote no at the end if we can't come up with a better deal.
Ditto.
No?
No, it's yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, next item on the agenda, moving right along, Malay Sports. Staff report.
Mayor, Mr. Ruiz, John Ruiz from Wale Sports has asked to appear at this meeting.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. There are really two issues to address here tonight. And before I address those issues, we need to understand why we're here tonight and how we got to this point in particular. The first point is the insurance. And that was what we were supposed to have heard last month. Unfortunately, for one reason or another, we weren't aware of the fact that that had made the agenda. And I'm going to go over some of the things that were commented during that last hearing that we weren't present. I think that all of the council members and everyone from the city of Homestead, including the mayor, knows that we have always been present at all the hearings, whether I've been here personally myself, Alexis Fernandez, or Enrique Fernandez, we've always been here. Before I get into those two issues, I think it's important to address the comments that were made last time, and I'll start off with Council Member Shelley. I heard the whole entire transcript of the hearing, and I think one of your questions was, well, Lale Sports promised that they were going to bring teams and they were going to bring activity to the stadium. And I think at that point in time, unfortunately, because we weren't here, last summer, we brought over 32,000 people to the stadium. So that was a lot more than what we anticipated. And if you recall, we weren't handed the keys to the stadium until sometime early in April. And within 45 days, we had transformed that stadium where people were not able to understand and believe how much work we had done. So I think all along the way, we have not only met our promises, we've far exceeded our promises. And I'm not here to pat our company behind the back, but by the same token, I think that the city council members, the city itself, and the mayor have acknowledged the integration that our company has had with the city, with the people in the city, and all of the different organizations. I can't take credit for it myself, but I do know that there are, 3 or 4 people in particular that practically live at that complex. That's Alexis Fernandez, Enrique Fernandez, a gentleman that goes by the name of Flaco, that you guys probably have met, and Christy Sully. And those individuals have worked very hard to make that what it is today. And in order to address an issue, I think it's important to understand the issue. So I'm first going to talk about the things that not only have already occurred, but the things that can occur, and we're stonewalling these things. And the reality is that we need to be partners. And one of the things that I'm going to address here tonight is that this insurance issue, we're basically taking opposite sides, when in reality I'll prove to you that even having insurance, property insurance, is probably not even feasible. However, it's important to understand that we've always maintained liability insurance. I know that there have been comments that, well, what if somebody gets hurt there? Well, we have liability insurance, we have workers' compensation insurance, and we've had that from day one, and we continue to have that. So that is the biggest risk to our organization, and that is the biggest risk to the city if someone were to get hurt there. We have this gentleman that's standing here with me is Todd Arnold. Well, I didn't know anything about water cable parks. So this gentleman came to our organization, talked about a water cable park. Well, ironically, last week I was in Orlando. I was there for a baseball tournament. My son was playing there, and I happened to pass by this cable water park. And I said to myself, wow, it's incredible how you learn just by being in the right place at the right time. And that place was happening. They had all types of sponsors. They had thousands of people and thousands of cars. And I didn't understand that, and perhaps, he understands it a lot better than I. What I do understand is that Monster and Coca-Cola are ready to ink a deal with this gentleman, bringing that to the city of Homestead, and these types of issues are preventing us from doing that. So the real issue that we had was the insurance issue. But for some reason, we all of a sudden turned that into a utilities bill issue. Well, ironically again, we found now that the city has confirmed that we were overbilled for garbage in the amount of $22,000. Garbage. For $22,000. Now, that's only the garbage. Now, as it pertains to the water bill, our meters, some of them were not read. The clubhouse that pays $3,000 or some odd dollars in electricity was billed $3,000 in water. Now, common sense tells us that almost no one can utilize $3,000 of water in 1 month. Well, the answer to that was, well, we made an estimate because we couldn't read the meter. Well, guess what the water bill was the month before? It was $300. So, I'm not accusing anybody here of doing something intentionally, but I think that that's real culpable negligence. And to sit here and somebody accuse our organization of not paying utilities, when it now shows that not only were we owed $22,000, but I assure you we're owed tens of thousands of dollars more. That is a problem. And I think that that's a problem that you as council members and Mr. Mayor, you need to address that with your water department. Because if they did it to us, God knows who else has been overbilled for water. That kind of like makes my hair stand up. Once we deal and set aside the utilities bill, and my affirmative request for action is for Mr. Mayor to please assign someone, and we will work with whoever it is. We're not here to not pay our bills. We're not here to get a free ride. We're here to run an organization, provide quality of life, which I'll have Alexis Fernandez address. How many kids are in the baseball program? How many kids dance, sing? It's a difference in life. Now, if you don't go there and you don't see it, you won't understand what we do and what everybody here works for, which I think is a lot of times, Mr. Mayor, you said it yourself. You said, well, what is my responsibility as a mayor? Is it to get $2.6 million for a bowling alley or to bring quality of life? Mr. Mayor, you're the only one that voted against La Ley Sports, right? But honestly, I can tell you that you're the one that supported this organization more than anyone else in this room tonight. And our organization thanks you for that, not because we want to pucker up to you, but because one thing is to say something, and I believe in doing. And one thing that I want to say here publicly is that you as a mayor, I respect you because you do. You do for your community, and you go out there and hustle every day. And I'm not doing this for you to vote for me or against me, because at the end of the day, you voted against us, and that's the way that the cards fell that night. Okay? But we need to understand what we're dealing with. Let's turn back to the insurance issue. When we had an insurance issue, we signed an agreement, and we pay every year somewhere in the vicinity of $50,000 for liability insurance. The other portion of the insurance is about $132,000. That's for property damage insurance. Well, the conversations that I had with Ms. Waldman and Mr. Gretzes, what I would have wanted to extract from that is a plan. Let's come back with a plan. Because if we're paying $132,000 of insurance, and whether it's the city or LaLey Sports, $132,000 of insurance for what? The city has been insuring that stadium for the last 20 years. Okay? If we average it out to $100,000, the city's paid over $2 million of insurance in exchange for absolutely nothing. Guess what? If there's a hurricane, which is the most reasonable and possible occurrence, you will have to pay a minimum of 2% or take as a deductible 2 to 5%. So guess what? The first $320,000 to $800,000 of loss you have to absorb. So why are we fighting about LaLey Sports reimbursing an insurance when in reality we should be looking at the feasibility of not carrying an insurance for property damage, because there's really nothing to get back from it. You pay $132,000, you're stuck with the first $350,000 to $800,000. Does that make any feasible financial sense? That is what I'm asking Mr. Mayor or somebody here to and figure out what is best so that they don't have to absorb the insurance, we don't have to absorb the insurance, and we don't have to cancel these programs that we have. Okay, there's only one person in this room that right now is taking over $100,000 of my hard-earned money and sticking it into a stadium that's losing money. And that's a lot of money. Okay, so you know, the effort that we make to make this place run and the effort that we're undergoing for right now to there be over 25 professional baseball scouts watching a game that's occurring at the stadium because there's a first-round draft pick, and the amount of attraction that we've created to the city of Homestead with over 15 million viewers last year from Venezuela and all the other places, and all these hotels accommodating these people, and all the restaurants getting people to go there. That, I think, is quality of life. That, I think, is an economic benefit to the city. And all we have to do is really sit down and talk to us to understand it. What transpired is I was expecting a course of action. Instead, I'm sorry if I'm offending somebody, I think we got sandbagged. I think we got sandbagged. We go to every single hearing. Why didn't somebody pick up the phone from anywhere in here and said, LaLey Sports, you're right there. You know what, with all due respect to the police department, the fire department here, we're almost quicker than 9/11. You call one of our people and we're here before that. And anybody here who's called somebody in our organization knows that we're always here at a minute's notice and that we'll respond. Why, during that whole entire hearing, that everybody was asking, well, why isn't LaLey Sports here? Why would somebody not think that LaLey Sports would be here on such an important issue that we had been here numerous times before addressing the issue? Two things that I'm asking for. Number one, let's study the issue of the insurance. It makes no sense for the city to pay it. It makes no sense for LaLey Sports to pay it. The other thing that I had requested, I said either abate it for 4 years or waive it for 4 years or put it towards the end of the lease so that we have an opportunity to start breathing. So none of those things that I requested were addressed. The only thing that was addressed is, well, by the way, LaLey Sports owes X amount in utility bills. Well, guess what? Not only did we not owe that, not only are those statements of, paying untimely and all that was reported in the newspaper, reported everywhere else, that is just simply not true.
And if you're looking at a utilities bill, because frankly, I had never looked at the utility bill, we were just paying it. And so when I started to look at the utility bill, it stuck out right in my face. I said, how can we be billed? We were being billed $1,850 for some trash cans that weren't even there. They didn't exist at our property. I mean, that's troublesome. And, anything that we discuss here is basically because there are late charges that they impose on utilities that we didn't owe. Now we have an issue with the water, and we haven't even looked at the electrical meters yet. So, all of a sudden, we're involved in so many other issues than the issue at hand. So, again, I don't want to belabor the issue, and I know that, Alexis could speak here, Kiki could speak here, Todd could speak here, but I'm asking for two things. Number one is that we look at the insurance issue. I need to sit down with somebody who understands insurance, that knows how it works, so that we can make an intelligent decision for the city of Homestead and for LaLace Sports. And number two, I'm asking that the utility bills be reviewed in detail, that someone go out to LaLace Sports Complex and show us why it is that a sports complex that has 2 bathrooms in a clubhouse is billed over $3,000 in water in 30 days. I'm at a property in the Falls that has 277,000 square feet, and they pay $10,000 of water a year. So those are my 2 requests. Don't know if any one of the council members or Mr. Mayor, if you have any questions.
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, this is not for you, John. This is for staff. When we voted no on this insurance issue, it cannot come up back for a vote again. If we have already voted no not to take on that insurance issue, then the request coming before us is a dead issue. There's no way we can...
If no motion is made, then the issue stays where it is. The council has the ability to change its mind if it wants to change its mind. It would require a motion and a second and then a vote.
Mr. Mayor, may I add something? I think...
wait a minute.
Okay.
I have... Mayor.
You getting tripped up?
Yeah, I just don't understand today. It's not my thing. The other issue is, if that is the case, then what is the mode of communication that we have had with LaLace Sports in the past? How were they informed that meetings were here, or how have we notified them in the past?
My understanding is it's been different from occasion to occasion. In this particular case, there was an email that had gone to them with the date of the meeting. Am I correct in that? Yes.
Okay. So we sent them an email about the meeting. Is that right?
Correct. There was an email that was sent that referenced the meeting of March 21.
Okay. And is that usually the mode that we have?
That was our first time. We had not been communicating with them in the past. I don't know how they found out in the past.
Okay. Then my third question is, Mayor, to Councilwoman Waldman, because I think that she was the liaison to LaLace Sports. Is that not right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, Councilwoman Waldman, if I can, Mayor?
Yes, please.
You worked with LaLace Sports with the insurance issue?
Yes, sir.
And that did you all come to some type of compromise at that point that you brought back to the council of what you had did your due diligence in coming to some type of agreement, or?
May I answer, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, please. Yes.
I think what's happening today is that if there is a utility problem, then that needs to be handled. That needs to be addressed in a different way. But that's not what I understood that tonight was supposed to be about. As far as I'm concerned, the insurance issue, I sat down, I did a timeline when Enrique and Alexis, when you came to the meeting, the first meeting that we had, you sat at the table and assured us that the property insurance was going to be paid. And there were many staff members there. So we wondered, and we asked you many, many times if you were there and if you had the right to speak for John. And you said yes. So it's gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Before, in December, John, you came to us, you asked us to pick up the 5 months of property insurance. Council was unanimous, we agreed to do that, no problem. You said that you were going to come back and have payment. You tried to make payment for, I think, for 1 month, and we couldn't take the payment at that time because it hadn't been ratified by the council. So that showed to me that you were going to pay the property insurance, and now all of a sudden everything has changed. Everything changed because when Enrique and Alexis stood before that microphone, we thought we were here to vote that the city was going to carry the insurance and you were going to reimburse us. But that was totally the opposite of what was said. So now all of a sudden we have an issue, and I'm probably going to bring the city attorney in on this, Ignacio, because you had more conversation than I did. As far as the meeting goes, it was mentioned when we had the phone conference that we were trying to gather all the information so we could bring it forth to the, I think that was the council meeting of the 21st. Is that correct? I don't remember the exact date, but it was mentioned that that's what we were aiming to do, and then Priscilla followed up with an email saying that we needed X amount of material so that it could be on the council on such and such a date. Regardless, you know, I think we had top-notch people there at the table. We had Priscilla, we had a representative from T.R. Jones, and since the city was going to carry the insurance, we were able to eliminate your insurance by thousands and thousands of dollars by the city taking the responsibility of carrying the insurance rather than you going out and getting private insurance. So I hope I'm answering your questions, Mr. Williams.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just trying to figure out, you know, if you all have sat down together and talked about the insurance issues, you all came to some type of agreement, you were the liaison, you brought back to council what your findings were, and now I'm just a little bit kind of confused because I thought we had already ratified this, and now, you know, I'm here now being attacked as not a person of being supportive of Lale Sports, and I'm just trying to really understand the whole scenario on how we get here, because I think, for me, I've been very supportive of Lale Sports. Now, I probably don't go down there and laugh in their face and all of that. I don't do that. I let them do what they're going to do for the community, but I'm not going to, you know, but as it relates to supporting the organization, at the end of the day, when we entered a lease agreement with Lale Sports, there were certain things that we said that we were expecting from them and what they were expecting from the city. I thought we had done our due diligence on that. Now we're coming back to the table and saying that the insurance is an issue, the water and the electric is a whole different, separate issue that really the staff has to deal with. I don't think we can deal with that tonight. I think we need to let the staff do their work and go back and do the history on that. But as it relates to the insurance, I really thought we were kind of done with this issue, but apparently we're not done with it.
But if I could clarify, Councilman, what happened was the meeting took place, and then an email went to Mr. Ruiz from Priscilla, and it reads as follows: Dear Mr. Ruiz, this is an email to follow up on the recent telephone conference with Councilwoman Waldman and Mr. Gretzis. At the conclusion of the conference call, you advised that you would be preparing a letter to the city setting forth your request and or proposed changes to the insurance required in paragraph 9 of the lease. We are anxious to have all the information together for March 21st council meeting. Can you please advise when you will have your letter finalized and request that you please forward a copy to me as well so I can make sure it is properly circulated. I will await your reply. Priscilla Thompson, Risk Manager. And so the information was, the request was forwarded. There was a discussion on the insurance item. And the question for the staff, and the lawyers are here because we negotiated a contract in good faith.
Right.
And the spirit of the agreement was, yes, we're offering the property at a discounted rate, similar to what your philosophy is on the bowling alley, because we value the activity that they're offering there. And so for that, there's a benefit, and for that, the cost of that, there's a reduced benefit. And in fact, at the conclusion of a period of time, they will have the option to purchase the property. In fact, they will purchase the property. It will probably be a very discounted price. And so the insurance requirements were in there. And because I believe Councilwoman Waldman and the staff were interested in trying to meet them halfway on some of these insurance concerns, there was an agreement that we would propose to the council that we would eliminate the business interruption provision of the contract to save them a little money, plus change the contract to allow them to in essence, reimburse us for the insurance coverage, because in order for them to get the insurance coverage on their own on property, it would be more. And so we saw that as an opportunity to provide them some savings, while at the same time protecting the city property, because the concern was, and as we started talking, Mr. Ruiz had suggested, hey, maybe there's certain formulas of reducing coverage in one way or the other. When we look with our insurance professionals at, you know, how much would we save if we reduced the coverage this way or that way or the other way, at the end of the day, what it did for the city is it increased their exposure. And for the minimal amount of savings that would be incurred or benefited from, at the end of the day, we were shifting the burden of risk to the city. And so it's okay if the elected body says, you know what, we don't really care what happens to the property in the event of some sort of catastrophe, and we never know what the catastrophe will be. And I would agree that each and every one of us that buy insurance, life insurance is a great example. Every year we live, you know, that's wasted money. But we have it to protect people, our loved ones, from something happens that potentially is catastrophic, or car insurance, or fire insurance. Insurance is wasteful unless you need it.
Right.
And so the provision was in the contract for the very purpose of protecting the city from damage. And yes, hurricanes, if a state of emergency is declared, or if there's some FEMA event, there's certain protections that we'll have, but not in all circumstances. Sinkholes and who knows what. We could come up with 1,000 different scenarios. We don't like to do that, but unfortunately, if you want full protection, you have to buy insurance. And that was the reason why we put the burden of insurance on them in the contract, and they agreed to it when we negotiated with them. And there was a meeting of the minds, and they got something in return, which was discounted rent and discounted property. We got something in return as well, which was we got great programs that everyone loves, and we love their enthusiasm. We love their people, and we think it's terrific what they're doing there. We also realized that there was risk in the deal in the event that their program fails at some point. And one of the key components of the negotiations was, if something fails midstream, are we covered? And what we liked about this deal and why we recommended it to you was that we always felt we'd be ahead of the game because of the renovations they made to the facility. As you start moving the line backward and start providing more and more subsidy to the project, at some point you're no longer ahead of the game. And so I can guarantee you that if you eliminate the insurance provision or if you reduce the amount of coverage that you have, that at some point you won't be behind, the game. I can't tell you that I can sit here and spar with one of the, preeminent lawyers in this county, and I don't intend to do that. I'm just telling you that that was the intent of what this deal was. Everything was on paper. Everything is here. We had a meeting of the minds, and you as the elected body certainly have the right to change the deal, but at this point, that was the rationale for it. All right.
Thank you, George. Then, if that is the case, and I'll yield to listen to some of my colleagues and some in their response or their rebuttal to Mr. John here, and Mayor, at the end, if you allow me to do my closing, I would.
We'll allow you to close. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Shelton. Well, you were moving. I saw it.
I mean, my position is the same. If I could suggest, if everybody would just take the microphone and just let us speak closely to it, I think that it would help, because we're discussing, very important things, and I don't want anybody to miss. But if you can hold it closer, sort of the way those people do when they get to them, that way people will be able to hear it. It's a legal suggestion.
It's a legal suggestion. I mean, my position has changed. Shelley. Yes, thank you, Mayor. I don't know that my position has changed much as far as the property insurance, the position on the waiving the property insurance and some of those things. I think my position is still the same today as it was at the last meeting. My biggest concern about this process right now is I do think that you provide a great service to our community. You have done very well about being involved in our local organizations. And really entrenching yourself, and that was one of the things that I spoke about when you first applied or first were one of the applicants for the stadium. I was concerned about making sure that you became a part of this community. You have done that, and so I applaud you for doing so. But the concern I have about where we are right now is that somewhere along the way we've all of a sudden become very adversarial, the Lele Sports and the city of Homestead, and I don't think that is good for us going forward. And instead of trying to work these things out, we've now gone to accusations against each other, and okay, you did this or you did that, and I don't think that that's good for our community going forward. So for me, it's the bigger picture here is I want to make sure that we can walk that path together, that we can work together, and I don't know how we go about doing that, but I think right now it's hard for me because, again, I represent the constituents here. It's not me and you talking. This is me as a representative of the as an elected body. And I don't have enough facts and figures in front of me to say that, there's a specific benefit to waiving this property insurance. And so for me, I can't subsidize you based on your words alone. I think that you have provided those things to us. So for me tonight, the message I'm trying to get, the last message I'm trying to deliver, and that is we need to start working together. We don't need to get up here, because right now we're very adversarial. And I think that is causing some friction between the city and Lele, and that's not going to be good for either one of us going forward.
May I respond to that? I agree with you 1,000%. And I think that there's been a big lack of communication, and perhaps one of the reasons is because we should maybe have one person from the city, or two people from the city, and one person from Lele Sports, because a lot of that communication gets lost. I will tell you that I think that as council members, as the mayor, and as an organization like Lele Sports, and every citizen of Homestead would want you to make an informed decision, not just a decision. And I can tell you that my conversations with Ms. Waldman and with Mr. Gretzes was, I proposed something, and Ms. Waldman told me, I will get back to you with what we are going to propose. We hung up the phone, and she was speaking with the people from the city. I never got a call back to sit down and figure out what is it that the city was proposing. As a matter of fact, there was no proposal. And the email that was sent by Mrs. Thomas, which has been spectacular, and a great communication source, and she can tell you that Lele Sports and Priscilla Thompson have great communication channels. The problem that I have is not that you make a decision, but that you make a decision without having all the facts. And Councilmember Williams, your question to Mrs. Waldman was, did you have a sit-down meeting where you exchanged ideas? And that's what's missing. Now, if we come back and I propose something and Mrs. Waldman say, listen, what you propose doesn't work for us, I can live with that. But I can't live with not being able to present what we wanted to present at the last hearing. And again, Just because somebody asked me for some documentation, in my mind, all I was being asked for is tell us what you want, because Ms. Waldman told me that she's going to call me back.
But I did not.
Yes.
I did not.
Mr. Shelley, Mr. Reed, hold on, because you're off.
And again, but Mr. Chair, I agree with you that I want to, we're the first ones that have always said we want to work with the city. I don't think that you've ever seen us not work with the city. But when...
Mr. Reed, hold on, let me finish, and then you can talk more after that. My concern here is this, that you've never sat down and had a conversation with me.
That's correct.
You've never reached out to me to say, come see what's going on at our stadium. I got an email from somebody at your staff asking, did I want to come and see the improvements? I responded to that email, and I said, yes, I would. Please schedule an appointment. Nobody ever reached back out to me to arrange for me to come see what you had done since I toured it the first time. And so there is a lack of communication between your staff and you with us as a council. Now, maybe you've communicated to my fellow council members, I don't know. But I know that you have not. And the other problem you have is that there were major issues here relating to this property insurance, in which representations were made here publicly, for the record, that an agreement had been reached. And each meeting, we dealt with the same issue. No, you weren't present, but your staff was.
But that's not what happened.
It doesn't. What happened is that is the representation that was made. And my second point to you is, if those issues are so important, why aren't you present? Why, if those decisions are so important to be made, why were you not here to speak for yourself?
Because that wasn't on the agenda. That wasn't the issue.
Not the last meeting.
No, the one before that. That wasn't the agenda.
Meetings now we've dealt with this issue.
Okay.
So, and I don't want to argue. I'm just stating my case. And so that is my concern here. And you're still. And so I agree that we need to work on a solution, but in the meantime, there is an obligation that you have agreed to pay, and we've gone almost a year now without you paying that obligation. And should you make that payment, that was the thing that, whether you were here or not last meeting, the thing that we requested is pay April's property insurance. And that is a good faith effort on your part to show that you will honor the contract, and then we can work on the solution going backwards. But in the meantime, you have been in breach for almost a year now, and that's a problem for us to work out the solution. And so that's my position.
But that's backtrack, because that's not true that I've been in breach for a year, because the insurance was waived through January the 2nd. I brought a cashier's check to pay January, and Mrs. Waldman properly alluded to the fact that the city could not accept it, which they didn't, and then the issue surfaced, what are we doing? So between January, February, March, which was the date when this was supposed to be addressed, and now is when we're addressing whether or not the insurance was going to be waived. So there was never an intention or requirement on the part of LaVey Sports to say, listen, the issue's done and over with, and you got to pay for the insurance. That was never the case. The issue was teed up, and it was supposed to have been heard last month. We weren't here. Very justifiable reason why we're not here. And what I'm telling the council members, and I'm telling Mr. Mayor, is that the decision that was made last month was made without our input, without all of the facts, and we haven't been given an opportunity to present why. So why have we not tried to either determine whether or not property damage insurance is even necessary? There's been no study, there's been no communication about that. Why all of a sudden would the city of Homestead, just because, and I understand Mr. Gretzes is saying, well, I don't want to, argue with Mr. Ruiz, and I'm not asking to argue, but this is cost versus benefit analysis. It's very simple. Do I pay $132,000 for insurance in exchange for what? What do I get? Yes, obviously he's correct that you pay life insurance and perhaps you die one day and then your family members get it. We're not dealing with a human being. We're dealing with a solid concrete stadium that was destroyed, that we put money into, that if a hurricane comes and causes damage to it, it's only going to cause damage to the shrubbery and not much damage to the structure itself, because it's almost incapable of being penetrated. It's like a bunker. So there's got to be an analysis to that. It's not just, and here's the part that I think we're missing, and I'm telling the council members and the mayor, if you tell us that we have to pay the insurance, guess who suffers? The kids. The kids suffer, the families suffer, the quality of life you have out there, because guess what? If I put $11,000 into the insurance, that's $11,000 less that you have to fund programs at the complex. I mean, there's some benefit that's much higher than this monthly payment. And the other thing is, I'm not even saying this, if you want me to pay it, that's fine, I'll pay it. Just don't tell me to pay it now. Let me pay it, after the third year of the lease. that proposition was made. But what I'm really troubled by is that I have a lot of different options, the city has a lot of different options to attack this issue, and we didn't do that. So I think we should try to sit back down, do our homework, listen to everybody, and then you guys make an informed decision. That's what troubles me. I don't think that you made an informed decision. And yes, I do think there's a lack of communication.
May I answer his accusation?
Wow. Look, I didn't answer the question yet. Let me.
Mr. Mayor, one technical point. We haven't been at this point in such a long time, but I just glanced at my watch. It's 9:15. Our rules provide that our meetings end at 8:30.
Motion to extend the meeting to 9:30. All in favor?
Aye.
Nays? Okay, motion carried. The funding of the stadium 20 years ago, bed tax is the majority of it, right, Richard? You were involved in it? No?
I think there was bed tax. There was some
I believe it was bed tax.
Bonds. They went to bonds.
I don't know. I don't remember. Well, my question is are we required today, are we mandated to have replacement value insurance on that structure? Is there somebody, does the state of Florida or wherever the bed tax comes from, Dade County, from a little bit of tax from each room rate, are we required, are we mandated to have insurance, replacement value?
Let me defer to Priscilla on this.
Hello, good evening. I don't know if you can hear me.
Good evening.
Good evening. With regard to the necessity of carrying insurance, there are certain requirements by FEMA that we have some reasonableness of covering our assets to be eligible in many cases for reimbursement by FEMA. And even though that it's not an exact science and you do the best you can in an effort to make sure you're going to be eligible for FEMA, that's what we endeavor to do.
Well, when we took the effort to put a shutter on every single window and every single opening, isn't that best effort? I mean, it's an insurance question is what I'm asking.
That's mitigation, yes, you're correct.
That's mitigation. That place is a bunker. I have to use his words, but you did a great job whoever put them all on. But I mean, it's incredible. They have roll downs, they have accordions, they have a mix use. So I just wondered if we're mandated. If we're mandated to have this because FEMA says you've made no effort, then so be it.
But I think the answer to your question is we don't know right now whether it's mandated. That's the answer. We don't really know. We'd have to check and give you a positive answer one way or another.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, you can answer.
Thank you. First of all, the first meeting that we had, it was supposed to meet with you, John. With you. We got to the meeting. No offense, I mean, I enjoy it very much, but Enrique and Alexis were there. I said, and people were in the room. I said, why are we even meeting? Why are we even having this meeting? Because you didn't have the courtesy to even let us know you weren't going to be there. Because I would have canceled that meeting. But then you reassured me, the two of you, that you were there on his behalf and you were speaking on his behalf. Second thing I'd like to talk about is the next meeting. We had a meeting scheduled. It wasn't convenient for you. So we reassigned that week. Yes? Yes.
No, Ms. Walden, you...
No, you had your turn. Okay. You had your turn. And as you said, often and often, there's no hair on my tongue. So there's no hair on my tongue. All right?
I'll respond afterwards.
Sure. We had another meeting scheduled, and is Anna here? We had another meeting scheduled. We canceled that meeting for you, and I knew that I had an appointment in Miami. I couldn't get back. I apologized, and we had a phone conference. I think it was the following day. And at that phone conference, we asked, and Ignacio help me here, you were to get back to us with what you wanted. You say what you want to say. But you were to get back to us with what you wanted. I wasn't to get back to you. We asked you, what is it that you want to propose? And it took how many days? And I think Priscilla had to send a letter to even get, or an email to even get that information.
That is my recollection of the facts.
So just so you know, we made every effort that we knew to make. And You know, if you didn't want to do the insurance, you're an attorney, you should have said that in the very beginning when the contract was negotiated. And I'm not here to argue with you, John, and I really resent the fact that you said what you said, because each and every one of us has supported LaLaye, and we love LaLaye. We love what you do there, but you insulted us tonight. And that wasn't right.
Okay. Mrs. Waldman, the last hearing that we had here a month ago, you went on for minutes after minutes and said that you had had difficulty and that you had been basically not paid attention to. And the reality is that I work in Miami, and you wanted to meet at certain times. I'm a practicing lawyer. I couldn't make it. I was here in the city of Homestead to meet with you at 2 o'clock in the afternoon one day. I had a meeting at 4 o'clock in Miami. And at 1:45, someone from your office contacted me and said, Mrs. Waldman cannot make it. Can you be here at 3:30 or something? I said, I'm sorry, I can't. And we were called over and over again, and that's why we had a telephonic conference afterwards.
And there was no problem with that.
I do think, honestly, and I will say it on the record, I do think that we have a problem in communicating, because your recollection of events is not my recollection of events. And I remember succinctly that I had a very long conversation where there were many other individuals on the phone, and when we hung up, I asked, what is the next step? And Mrs. Waldman, you told me, let me speak to the people here that I'm going to speak with my people, and I will get back to you with our proposal. And I said, you have a proposal? You even said at that time, I have something in mind. I hung up the phone, and I didn't hear anything. So where's the written or any other type of communication after we hung up of the proposal that the city had with LaLaye Sports? There was no proposal.
You didn't what you wanted, John. That's why Priscilla sent a letter. And I don't have the email in front of me, Priscilla, but I believe it says something to the effect. What does it say?
You read it just a few minutes ago.
Mr. Reilly, this is an email to follow up on the recent telephone conference with Councilwoman Waldman and Mr. Gretzis. At the conclusion of the conference call, you advised that you would be preparing a letter to the city setting forth your request and/or proposed changes for the insurance required in paragraph 9 of the lease. We are anxious to have all the information together for March 21st council meeting. Can you please advise when you will have your letter finalized, and request that you please forward a copy to me as well so I can make sure it is properly circulated? I will await your reply.
And I did send it, and I never got a response. The response was we had a hearing on March the 18th with no response.
You told us what you wanted. We were going to bring it to council. And
but at council there was no proposal. There was no option that was given. The only thing that was heard at council on March the 18th is you brought up first a utility bill, because that's the first part of the conversation. You said it was $41,000. That was incorrect. I don't know who provided the information, but the reality is that publicly it was stated that LaLaye Sports owed $41,000 in utility bills, and that was a misrepresentation. Point blank. It's proven the
I was given.
I'm sorry?
It was the figures I was given.
But obviously we didn't. Well, that wasn't investigated.
But
the
that
insurance
has
issue
nothing
was.
to do with the insurance.
Of course it does. If somebody says that I owe $41,000, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry if I offended somebody here, but I'm offended. My company is offended. And you know what? We're very offended that publicly somebody says that LaLaye Sports owes something that we were overbilled for. And then to go a step further and to not even try to figure out why we weren't here. That doesn't make any sense. It took us about almost a year to get the lease consummated.
Yes, it did.
We came time and time again, and Mr. Gretzis, with all due respect, I don't think that you were working with the city at that point in time, before we started that. I don't believe that you were still here when we first started the process of trying to get the lease signed with Homestead. Subsequent to that, you did, but before that.
I was here. It was Marlene.
Right. I think along the way, but we started this in 2010. When we first came and I met with every council member here, except Wendy Lobos, obviously that's not here now, and we met with every single person. If we've always had great communication, why all of a sudden, and I concur with Mr. Council Member Shelley, why all of a sudden are we finding ourselves that we are not able to communicate? That's what That's what I think is a problem, because if Mrs. Walton says one thing and I say something different, then there's obviously, we don't have a meeting of the minds. I mean, she's thinking one thing, I'm thinking another, and then this is what happens. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
I mean, if the suggestion somehow, I don't know what that comment was all about, but I was here when the proposals came in. It was you and it was another proposer, and we negotiated the contract, and I was involved with every bit of it. And I think the communication issue right now, the billing issue, all these other ancillary issues that you're raising, you've made a request for the council to cover your insurance or to not cover the property. And so I think, with all due respect to all of this, and I appreciate the dialogue, it's been going on for a long time, and the issue is you've directed us to tell them they need to pay their insurance or they're in breach of the contract. We have done that, and so I think unless you're prepared to reverse your decision, we're prepared to either accept payment or declare him in breach. And the other stuff, is stuff.
Okay. I think we've gotten way outside where we should be, and I got to reel it back, and everybody's had a chance to say their piece. But look, I originally started this by appointing one of our council members to sit down and negotiate something, some terms that we both could live with. You're saying that didn't happen. Our side's saying it did happen. I'm sorry if you feel it didn't happen. If you do remember, the night that they weren't here, I tried to table that. I tried to table it because I think to try somebody, and that's what we did that night. We actually tried them without them being present. So, Richard, I really think there's a problem here. And if anybody's going to find it, he's going to find it. We actually tried the issue without them being present to be heard. So, I don't know where we're going to end up, but we're going to take again, I made those same comments a month ago. We're going to take a good situation and it's going to turn bad, very bad for us very quickly. Over what? He said, she said.
Well, I think the point that you and both the manager are making is the issue is where it stands now legally is that you've given us instructions that at the last meeting to basically that the city's going to carry the insurance and then he's going to reimburse it. And that's where it stands now from a procedural point of view. And if the council wants to change that decision, then that's the direction you need to give staff. If the council wants to leave that decision alone, then you need to move on. But so that's sort of where it is. I agree. It's gone.
Okay. John, is there anything else that you or your organization have to say before I ask council for a final question?
No, we're just asking to give us an opportunity to sit down with somebody from the city and figure out other alternatives. We didn't do that. That's the only thing that we're asking for. And that the decision that was made last time was an uninformed decision without us being present. I'm sure that if we would have argued this that I'm arguing here today, the decision that was made would have perhaps either been different or other outcomes to study other alternatives.
I agree. Any final questions from council?
I just have one there.
Sure, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Through the manager, to I guess our insurance. Do we make the school carry this type of insurance on the dormitory over there that we lease out to them?
Yes, sir. Both the dormitory and the newly constructed charter school, I believe, are required to carry that as well.
Thank you. And then, if I could, Mayor, to Mr. Ruiz, or maybe perhaps to Alexis, can you tell me the percentage of kids that live in the city of Homestead that are out there using the facility? Because that weighs on me as...
I can hardly hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Can you tell me a percentage of children that actually live inside the city of Homestead that are using your percentage of your programs? Do you guys keep track of those records?
I can tell you the number of kids, but I can't tell you the percentage of the kids that live in the city. And, we have right now about 70-some-odd kids that go every day, meaning every weekday after school. We probably have another 70 to 100 kids in a baseball academy. Then we have kids from Venezuela, about 30 some of them, that practice there every day. We have a Major League Baseball player, played 16 years for the major leagues, that's there every day, and there are kids that come. We had the AYSO, so that was the soccer side. We have softball leagues with adults.
I know they've all...
So I would say hundreds and hundreds of kids.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to justify if we waive fees, are we waiving it for kids from Pinecrest, kids from Doral?
No, they're kids from here.
You know, I'm just trying to figure out the percentage.
There are kids here that use those batting cages, you know, day in and day out. There are kids that play basketball there. They use the games that we have outside. So there are hundreds and hundreds of kids, and more than hundreds of kids. I think that if you ask the parents of those kids and the emails that we get and the connotations that our staff gets, and you're putting that at risk simply because we can't sit down like mature adults and just iron out some issues, which I'm perfectly willing and capable of doing. And you know what? I think that one of the things that have made our organization successful is that we're able to work issues. I'm not here to fight with people, and I agree with Mayor Bateman again. You know, we're going to make a good situation bad when we don't really have to. It's not a situation where I'm trying to fight the fact that, you know, we should do something just because I'm stubborn about it. I justify my reason, have reasonable calculations and expectations about what we can and should do to work as a team. When we first gave this presentation to the city, it was a private-public partnership. I don't know if you guys remember the presentation that we made. It was a public-private partnership. And you know, it's difficult to carry on a marriage, it's difficult to carry on a friendship, parenthood. It takes a lot of hard work, and it takes everyday communication. And the only thing that I think that we're lacking here is let's sit down and let's communicate. Let's have the options on the table before we make a decision. Not just, you know what, you know, you said you were going to pay, you know what, I also said I was going to pay utility bills, but I didn't think I was being overbilled. So I think, you know, things change. There are circumstances in life that require changes. And that's why we have a system, and probably the best system in the world, because we know that we need to make and adapt to things in different circumstances. Now, as a council members and as the mayor of the city of Homestead, what do you want to do? Do you want to have a Homestead complex that fails and is empty and is basically has cobwebs and 179 frogs in it? Or do you want kids to be going there? Are we fighting because of $11,000 that the city is paying, that we're even saying, listen, maybe we just put it, you know, in the back of the lease? But you know what? If I was making money, I wouldn't be standing up here. But this is on another $11,000 that I have to dig out of my pocket. It's not like if, hey, John, La Ley Force is just making less. No, that's not the point. The point is we're digging into our pocket. You know, maybe 2 years down the road, this wouldn't be the conversation. But we need to understand this is quality of life for the people of Homestead, but more than that, it's not just the people. I think that two areas that we need to focus on, and it's kids and people that are over the age of 62, because those are generally in our society the people that need the most help. And you know, we're fostering them. You know how many grandparents go see their kids there? You know how many grandparents go see their kids back there when they're practicing? Kids that have never played baseball in their entire lives. And their entire lives from the city of Homestead are being taught by professional Major League Baseball players.
Thank you. One last insurance question, just for the record, to Priscilla, if you will. Do we self-insure at all? Are there some buildings within the city limits that the city owns that we actually self-insure?
We have a layered, you know, it's a layered insurance, and it's not that you would have everyone, I don't know if I can explain this correctly, everyone building the same. We have the first 10 million, the second 10 million, then we have an excess above that.
Estimated there might have been some buildings that were aged that we hurricane protect, and we said, look, the value is really not here, so we're going to self-insure this building. We're going to put X amount of dollars away. The same thing we pay towards the insurance rate, that we're going to set that aside, and we're going to self-insure this building.
To answer that question, yes, we do retain some of the risk on the wind because we only buy a $30 million sublimit on $80 million worth of property. Does that answer?
Yeah, thank you. All right, John, we're going to wrap it up. We got a long night. I appreciate your presentation, and I wish you guys the best. I do know that we have made many exceptions since I've sat up here for a year and a half. Many, without recapping all of them. The racetrack, over $100,000 of property tax that was waived for them. Because why? They do great things for this community. They bring great economic value to this community. $250 million a year. I just heard the presentation the other day when we were out there with Director of Transportation. We're out there. $250 million. So I had a problem, even though I voted no. I don't have a problem with that any longer, which I did at the time. There was $1 a year for the first charter high school that we started. There are a lot of exceptions we make for quality of life, and I think that we're making a mistake here. With that, we got to move on. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, you need to extend the meeting.
Excuse me? Yeah. John's offering. Go ahead, John. No, John was offering up a liaison between
anybody.
Sports and John, the Vice Mayor was offering up a liaison between the council and the lay sports. Would you prefer? Were you saying the council first?
I'm saying anybody. I mean, we have it with all our big entities here, with the racetrack, with the air base, with Art South and things like that, things that are important to the community. And I think perhaps maybe as a board we should look at you just did appointments not long ago, and for whatever reason it wasn't an issue back then, but now he's saying that there's a communication problem. Maybe if they have a point person other than the manager, or the manager and a point person, maybe that'll take care of his concerns with communications. I don't, just an idea.
I think,
and I'm not saying that I've got the time to do it, or anybody. I'm saying perhaps it's something we need to look at in the future.
Mr. Mayor, we need to extend the meeting.
Motion.
Okay. We send us 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Thank you.
I think Mr. Marshall wants to say.
I came back because I wanted to declare my very strong support for LA. I think John proposed an hour ago a solution to this. Keep in mind what LA has done for the past year. Improve the quality of life for all of us. That stadium sat there rotting away for so many years. This gentleman and his team have put a lot of hours in there. I've had the pleasure to enjoy a lot of events there. Baseball games, concerts, all kinds of things. For $11,000, we're going to lose this? Mr. Roos proposed an idea about an hour ago. Let's get together and talk about this, and we can resolve this. So, Mr. Mayor and all council, please, I urge you, don't throw the baby out of the water. Please do not. We're talking about hundreds of kids who never played baseball before. I'd rather play in baseball. So whatever you need to do, I'm urging, I'm begging you, please work with Mr. Roos and the late team. They got a great product, but we need to stand with them. Thank you very much.
Hey, Mayor.
Mayor, this is all due respect to the Garzas. I don't think we're not throwing LA Sports out of anywhere. All we're trying to do is find a happy medium or compromise that makes sense for both of us to continue our working relationship. And so as I sat here and listened to some of my colleagues go back and forth, the issue that Mr. John raises is the quality of life issue. You can't put a dollar amount on quality of life. But at the same time, as elected officials, we have a fiduciary responsibility that we must uphold and maintain. And I think that wherever we arrive at in that decision, I know my vote last week was a vote on what I had, the facts that's in front of me. So I'm not going to make any exceptions, or I'm not going to make any excuses for my vote. I vote on everything that comes before me by facts. If you wasn't here at that time, I can't babysit if I have to pick up the phone and know if you're going to be here.
I mean, we're all adults here. And what I'm offering up tonight is, I don't know where we're going to go with it, but if you all are looking at a second wind conversation to be able to work, get all of the issues out on the table, any upcoming things that you're doing with the cable, I think all of that needs to be on the table when we sit down. Then whoever the liaison is, come back to the council with recommendations that both parties have set down with good heads on their shoulders, all staff involved. Give us something in front of us on paper for us to make an intelligent decision on our relationship together. Because, frankly, I've not been over to Lale Sports but one time, and that's because I was invited to come, and I did to tour the facility. But I respect what you do, but then I'm not going to allow you to come and tell me as a council person that I've not been responsive to you or that I've not supported your program, because I've made every attempt to support the things of quality of life for the people of Homestead. And so, that's your personal opinion of what you think about most of it.
I don't think I said that you didn't. I just said that the mayor had been the most support.
Now, see, you're an attorney, and I'm a pastor. So we both enjoy the mic. Okay, but let me finish my statement. What I'm looking to offer up is whoever the representative is, come sit at the table with Lale Sport, with staff, come back with some things in black and white, present to the council. Whatever other issues that need to be worked out, it needs to be worked out at the table. We can't do it tonight in the public forum in this way of this display. And so, Mayor, I don't know who you have in mind to do that, but we need to come back to the table, lose the animosity, the tension that's in the atmosphere, and kind of digress and look at the whole picture, the totality of the citizens and the children and all that is involved, that Lale has provided programs for that's made our city great. And so hopefully with that, we can arrive at some type of medium to make this marriage work so that it continue to be successful. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I'm prepared to do that. Ms. Fairclough, would you be interested?
Yes.
Okay. I think that we need to make a good faith effort. At this point, I think we need to sit down before we end up in a situation that we may not want to see ourselves in. Is that a motion, Mr. Williams?
May I comment, please?
Yeah, that's fine. Is that a motion?
Sure. I'll put that.
Do we have a second to that motion? What is the motion?
Motion is that obviously we have voted to not have the option of the insurance. But what I'm hearing in tonight's meeting is that all parties, for lack of communication, need to come back to the table, work out the issue, bring back to council their recommendation of what they've worked out so that we can ratify it, and so this Lale marriage can continue so that they can continue to provide the reasonable service that they do that does not have a dollar tag on quality of life. So my motion is that a council member is appointed to work with staff and Lale to work out whatever issues that needs to be worked out, bring back to council so we can ratify it or talk about it at a workshop perhaps, and then that way we close the door of this chapter and move on.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify on the motion, I agree with what you said. I think it's great for us to try to repair the relationship and the communication that seems to have broken down. But does that include, what are we doing with the decision?
We're looking at the insurance.
But are they currently, is your motion to hold them to pay the insurance in the meantime? Or your motion to abate their requirement to pay the insurance while this is being looked at?
No, I don't have a motion for either of that. My motion is to go back to the table. I don't know what the insurance issue is anymore because the water's been muddy, so I don't know exactly what they're asking for now. And so because they're saying they were not here properly to speak for themselves at the last meeting, I think in due diligence on our part is to go back to the table. He said that he did not give us proposal so I'm not sure what the problem is. But what I'm asking is that this council allow the insurance issue, or whatever other issues that they have, Lally Sports in the city of Homestead, to come back to the table, talk about it, bring it back up to us so we can vote on it intelligently. That's what I'm asking. If it's insurance, if it's the cable, what is it called? Cable car?
Cable park.
If it's that, whatever issues that we have with Lally Sports, that is out on the table, and that it comes back to council so that we can ratify or talk about whatever the issues are. I'm not sure all the issues that are entailed, other than the insurance, whether it's the light bill issue, the electrical issue. I don't know what the problem is at this point.
And I don't disagree with that. Any issues that are between, I think we should deal with. I think that's great. I'm just trying to clarify, am I now backing off of our prior position, which was to enforce the lease as stood? Is that what this motion then also does? Or am I just voting that motion and that what we voted on stays intact, and now we are also directing staff and a liaison to work out the details, because that's critical for my vote.
Sure, I understand. My motion, from where I stand, I thought the insurance was a dead issue.
Okay.
And so I voted no, not to pay the insurance, that they should be responsible. I still stand by that, but obviously we have other issues on the table that needs to be worked out.
Okay, then I will second that motion, and that my understanding of it is that the prior decision made by council stands, but that we want to do our best to repair the relationship with LA, work forward in trying to solve this problem, and maybe find a solution to this problem, but in the meantime, the obligation stands. I'm okay with that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Yeah.
Ms. Wall.
Well, can I?
Oh, sure.
I've never sat this long without speaking. May I please?
You got the floor.
I'm a little confused. How are we going back to the table to address these issues, but still hold them accountable for the insurance? Are we going back to the table to have a meetings of the minds? Because this is more about just repairing a relationship. There's some critical issues that need to be addressed. So we're still going to hold them accountable, but yet go back to the table and discuss? Make it plain for me.
That would be, you're the maker of the motion.
Yeah, I'm the maker of the motion, and what I'm asking is that we have issues with LA, and whatever issues that arise with the insurance, with the utility bills, garbage bills, with additional events that they're looking to do. I think we've not worked any of that out. We've not really given a solid yes or no on some events. They're asking now, from my understanding, is that we go back and look at the insurance issue. What I'm saying is that my vote still stands. But if they're providing some critical evidence of why we should not pay the insurance, I'm willing to listen to what they have to offer, since he said that he's not had the opportunity to defend his case. So I think my decision still stands. But if they're providing facts on why they should not pay the additional insurance or what have you, then I think we, as the elected body, ought to be abreast of that to know and consider the facts if that's going to be an issue. Right now, the issue is still dead because we voted no on it. So, but I want to invite them back to the table to flush out all the ideas so we can have an open dialogue, and if they're presenting evidence of why they should or should not be paying, I'm looking to hear that. But my decision still stands. But I can change my mind, is what I'm saying, if they prove to me.
Mr. Mayor?
Are you finished?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, yes, Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, I concur with that. I mean, again, as long as our prior decision stands and the obligations are intact, with the idea that we are going to look at the solution, hopefully find a solution, find something that works for all parties, that helps relieve some of your burden but doesn't expose the city to additional liabilities or things, then I'm okay with that. But one thing I will say here is that from what you've presented tonight, nothing you have presented orally changes my decision at this point. So whatever you bring forward, evidence and facts-wise, needs to be more sufficient. You know, I need proof of the operation's not making money. I need proof that the kids are from, how many kids are coming to I need those types of things. If you're going to allege them, I want to see them, and that could change my mind. If I see that those things are occurring, yes, my mind could be changed as well, but what you stated tonight has not been sufficient to sway me. So just so you're give a heads up on what you need to provide to help make your case.
Thank you, Mayor.
May I now?
Ms. Wallman, please.
Thank you. Sorry.
You're welcome.
In our very first meeting, what was one of the first things I asked you, Alexis and Enrique, to do? Was to go back to John and ask him that they have a monthly meeting with staff. Is this not correct? A monthly meeting with staff, so that we knew we were all on the same page. I'm taking what you're saying, and you've won tonight, John. You did real good. But I'll tell you something, I feel like you're putting all the burden on me, and I think I did a darn good job at what I did. And I don't appreciate it, but that's all I'm going to say. And I still say the same as well. And when you do bring the addresses, make sure they're homestead addresses, and the addresses are verifiable, and we can do that. And one more, one of the reasons that we had the discussions we had was because of Seminole Theater, because of Keysgate Charter School and the dorms, and there's other buildings as well. We require all of them to have property insurance. And we're not talking about $11,000 zip. We're talking about 4 years that the property taxpayers are going to be responsible for, which is close to $500,000.
Any of the further questions from council?
Mr. Mayor, at the risk of extending the conversation, I think it's important that staff walks out with a clear understanding of what you've decided.
They're going to sit back down at the table again.
The question is, the legal status of this at the moment is that, based upon the council's last decision, we wrote them a letter.
Speak in the mic.
All right. Even now. Based upon the last council decision, we've written a letter to Lele which says you're in default on your lease and that you owe us this money and you're supposed to pay us this money. And that's where this stands legally at the moment. So the question is the direction of council to hold off doing anything further on that pending prior to discussions with Lele? Because some people are saying, well, our prior decision stands. Well, under your prior decision, they're in default under their lease. And I just want to be clear as to what you want to do, because you sort of can't have it both ways. If your prior decision stands, then they're in default on their lease. If you're saying hold things in abeyance while we have some discussions, well, then that should be the direction of the staff. So I'm sorry to have you, to do this, but we need to know what to do.
I think the maker of the motion, well, let me back up first. Let me ask Mr. Hertloff, how soon could you meet with him? Friday? Monday?
Friday. And you're lucky because that's my birthday.
Friday.
And I'll commit to personally meeting with her so that we can review the issues one by one.
Okay.
And what we're asking is basically, let us come back next month.
Why don't you sit down and do that? We've got a laundry list up behind you. I mean, I think we've got to the first hurdle, and that is, we're not cutting your legs off of your knees. We're going to let you sit down and talk about it. That doesn't mean it's going to change. It's just
no, that's fine.
You're going to have your day. Negotiate it, okay? Yes, Mr. Shelley.
Mr. Mayor, I mean, just to answer the question of the city attorney, in order for me to support that particular motion, my inclination would be we gave direction that they were supposed to have paid April's property payment. I would like April's property payment made, and then potentially May's property insurance payment made while we are discussing this as a good faith effort to show that you are willing to abide by the obligation while we work out the solution. And if we find a solution, then that's fantastic. We can deal with that going forward. But until then, I think for my purposes, I need you. I mean, if it's going to break you and you're going out of business tomorrow because of $11,000, tell me now. But I don't think that's the case. You would not like to pay it, but but the organization is capable.
I have no problem with your recommendation. I think it perhaps should be held in your attorney's trust account, because there's a funny thing about money. Once it's on your side, everything changes. And, once the city gets the $11,000, there's going to be much less of an inclination to want to refund us.
Well, and I'm not sure I'm saying that we should refund you per se. To me, it's the good faith effort. My understanding is anyways, without getting into another debate, we've got facts and figures that shows us like 66,000 outstanding currently.
Right.
So 11,000 for April, maybe another 11,000 for May. If we're lucky, we'll resolve this before May. But that, for me, I can support the motion. If you start making your payments current from April forward, we can discuss dealing with everything backwards and forward there, as we go, if we can want to modify.
No, Mayor,
Yes.
I need to chime in because I don't want my motion to be
Watered down.
Yeah. I don't want that to happen. What I'm asking is now if they owe us up to April, they need to pay.
Right now, through...
Wait, hold on, hold your numbers, Richard. If colleagues hear me, if they owe us up to April, then they need to pay what they owe. January, whatever it is, they need to pay. Now, we're in negotiations in between the next payment of May and now. If we work out something between, then they wouldn't have to pay May because we worked out an issue. But if the contract has stated from January to now, then they need to own up to that part of it. So what's 4 months or so? Now we work out something and Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick brings back something that we can all agree to. I have no problem in going forward for whatever decision that the council makes. But if they owe from January to April, then I think they should pay.
I'm sorry,
You heard him, did you not?
Well, what I heard is basically that I would meet with Councilmember McCormick this Friday, and that, in essence, I think the date was, I want to say it was either the 21st or the 23rd, to pay, there's two things that it asked for.
January, February, March, April.
Well, the letter asked to put the insurance up to date and the utility bills. So that becomes an issue because there's a credit coming to us for the utility bills, which may far exceed the amount that we're being asked to pay for insurance. So the question becomes, Councilmember Williams, is you're saying that we should pay $44,000 of insurance, but I'm telling you that we may have been overbilled by more than $44,000. So, we haven't, I don't think that the contemplated course of action is plausible because of the pending issues. My proposal would be to let me sit down with Councilmember McCormick, and next month she'll have everything gobbled up, chiseled out, we'll know exactly what we owe, and at that point in time, if it's the council and mayor's decision that we pay, we'll make the payment. But we're basically asking our organization to pay something where we're saying that you guys owe us more money than what we owe you.
Wait.
And that's where I have a problem.
Mayor?
Yes.
Now this is it. I'm not coming back on the mic talking about this issue anymore.
I hear you.
I'm not going to miss apples and oranges. Prior to the bills not being what they should with electric, that's a separate issue. Staff is going to deal with that. Lale and you and staff are going to get with the electrical department, the general services, whoever's over it, customer service, and deal with that. It's a separate issue. I'm talking about the insurance. Now, if we sent a letter to them saying they ought to bring the insurance current and the electrical, if they've got a dispute with the electrical, that's a separate issue. I'm talking about the insurance now. Okay, so if the insurance is to be paid for January, February, March, and April, then that ought to be done. Now, in the midst of that, we come to some great conclusion and wonderful idea to put the insurance on the back end, or however Councilwoman McCormick comes back to us, and we vote on it. I'm fine with that. But right now, they ought to be current with their insurance. And work out the George, you and the wonderful, illustrious staff that we have here in the city of Homestead, work out the issue with the electrical and water and garbage and sewer and all of that. That's a separate entity for me. I'm talking about the insurance. Okay. All right. And that's it.
Okay. Got the motion, got the second. Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Waldron?
If I'm just asking the city attorney if that your motion was that January, February, March, April,
Pay the insurance up to...
and May, right? Or April, be paid? I didn't hear which.
His motion was to pay the insurance up to date.
Up to
Correct,
date.
yes.
Okay, I will vote for that. Yes, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, please. Just, I know, I'm so tired of talking about this issue. You're saying through April, I agree with. Are you saying also continuing forward until any resolution is changed?
Right, I'm
Yeah,
saying...
okay, perfect.
And negotiations will start Friday. Go ahead, continue, ma'am.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you for coming tonight. Good luck.
Thank you.
God bless. All right, the next item on the agenda is approval of the consent agenda minutes.
Move it.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, nay. Motion carries. April 10th, 2012 council workshop minutes. That's part of it.
You're back on the quasi-judicial items.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you public...
Just put it on the consent agenda, right?
Elizabeth? Yeah, we did. Yeah. Quasi-judicial public hearing.
Please be advised that the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you should comment on these items, please indicate the item you'd like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for person to speak at each item may be available after the applicant and staff have made their presentation of each item. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony will be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be cross-examination or sworn, your testimony is given with good weight. General public will not be permitted to cross-examine witness, but the public may request counsel ask questions of staff or witness on their behalf. Full agenda on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organization and which they are required to speak to the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk in accordance with Section 2591 of the Code of Procedure for addressing council any of the following items. This time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications. I'm not looking at you. Okay. At this time, the clerk will swear in any person who wishes to testify in a quasi-judicial item.
Please stand, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I, please state your name, hereby swear or affirm that the information I present shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay, second reading.
An ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, considering a request of City of Homestead Community Redevelopment into rezoning of approximately 2.39 acre parcel for general use to retail commercial district for property currently located between North Flagler and East Mallory, South Miami, Dade Busway East, Northeast 2nd Drive, legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. Second reading and public hearing.
Move it.
Second.
Staff report.
Yes, sir. Staff recommends that the mayor and council approve the ordinance requesting the change, the rezone from general use district to retail commercial B2. The CRA is hoping to redevelop this land as a parking lot, and right now the land is held in the G district. The G necessarily has to be rezoned to a district. B2 is a retail district that does allow parking, and it fits with future land use designation, and it will get the job done as they need it.
Okay, questions from council? No questions from council. I'll open the public hearing. Questions from the public? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilman Shelley? Yes. Councilwoman Wallman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Williams is absent. Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
In order to the City of Homestead, Florida, considering a request of Williams Agricultural Enterprises for rezoning of approximately 2.18 acre parcel for general use, G to residential retail district, B1 for property located south of Casell Heights subdivision, west of Homestead Extension, Florida Turnpike, half then east of the Kingman Road, north of Campbell Drive. It's legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Motion?
Move it.
Thank you. Second? Thank you. Questions from council? A staff report?
Yes, sir. Staff recommends that the mayor and council approve the proposed ordinance change moving from general use district to retail commercial district, which is B1. The applicant's requesting the rezone about 2 acres of land from the general use district. As we said in the previous application, general use is a holding category. It needs to be rezoned prior to an applicant moving forward with any type of site plans. The applicant intends to develop the site commercially and is processing a land use plume amendment at the same time, future land use map amendment. Again, we recommend approval.
Questions from council? Seeing none, hearing none, open the public hearing. Questions from the public? Seeing none, hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, tab 14 is the companion item, if you don't mind. I'll just take that one right over.
Okay, sure.
An ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting request of Williams Agricultural Enterprise for a small-scale amendment to the comprehensive plan by changing land use designation in approximately 2 by 1 acre from low-density residential to light commercial located in the Casella Heights subdivision west of the Homestead extension of Florida Turnpike east of King Road north of Campbell Drive, clearly described in Exhibit A, providing for an effective date.
Okay. Questions, council?
Motion.
14. A motion to move it on?
Second.
Second. Okay. Questions from council? There ain't no questions from council. Questions from the public? Open the public hearing. Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any final questions from council? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Item tab 9, a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting waiver of plat to Walmart Stores East LP for division of property totaling approximately 5.48 acres located at 1499 South Dixie Highway, is legally described in Exhibit A, providing for an effective date.
Okay, motion? Move it. Second.
Second.
Staff report?
Yes, sir. Staff recommends that the mayor and council approve the resolution granting a waiver of plat for Walmart, which is developing a neighborhood market. This will allow the 2 property owners to be referenced on the plat as required by Miami-Dade County.
Take questions from council? Hearing none, seeing none, open the public hearing. Questions from the public on this matter? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we need to extend the meeting.
Okay, motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
5 people here?
No. Sir?
Takes 5 votes. Are there 5 here? I can't see.
1, 2,
No.
3,
4 takes 5 votes to extend the meeting.
Okay. I can open that big one. Richard, couldn't you wait till the 5th person came back? Well, you said that. Couldn't you wait till the 5th person came back? Well, you said that.
Trying to do my job here. We have to extend it to a certain time, to a date time certain. There he is.
Motion to extend the meeting to 10:30. Motion, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. All right,
Okay,
that's
resolution
it.
of City of Homestead, Florida, granting final plat approval for charter school in approximately 10 acres of land located north and northwest corner of 320th Street and 157 Avenue, legally described in Exhibit A and providing for effective date, tab 10.
Okay, motion to withdraw? Move it. Second?
Second.
Okay, staff?
Staff recommends that the mayor and council approve this resolution granting final plat approval for the Everglades Preparatory Academy. The tentative plat was reviewed by the city in September of 2011, and staff and the city surveyors reviewed the final plat, and it does meet all the criteria of the Homestead Code as well as Miami-Dade County requirements as well.
Okay. Questions from council? Hearing and seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Questions from the public? Name and address, sir, for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Alexander Aguirre. I'm a public elected official for Homestead 50, CDD. I was requested by Mr. Luis Hernandez, District Manager of the CDD, to come before you with reference to this final plat approval. He did email me something last minute. He was not able to attend. If I could read this to you. It's with reference to section 28-192 on the code, which on line item 2 says this has to be with refunds to off-site road improvements. Line item number 2 is on your mini code. Says refunds must be paid to original contractor before subsequent divider applicant can obtain final plat approval and or a building permit for new construction. Mr. Luis Hernandez did send me this email, which I'll forward to you tomorrow when I get back to the office. Dear Mr. Bateman, the Homestead 50 Community Development District is a local unit of the special purpose governmental established pursuant to Chapter 190 of Florida Statute in the city of Homestead, Florida. The district was established to, along other things, fund certain water and sewer and roadway improvements. The roadway improvements including the construction for a 4-lane of Maury Drive, southwest 320th Street, from southwest 157th Avenue to 162 Avenue. Water, sewer infrastructure was extended under the newly created roadway. The district enters into a interlocal agreement with the city of Homestead, which is attached in this document, and the district would like to request that before the city makes any decision and in the area of the contemplating with this agreement, a final review of city staff and the district team to ensure that the purpose of the agreement is sustained.
Mayor, I think under the direction of the city attorney, we'd like to defer this tonight. Do you have a problem with that? For us to research it and get the thing straight. I know what it is. It's involved in what road was put in, what improvements were put in, and now as people come along and buy that property and sign on, they need to pay their fair share. Right. And for some reason, we don't seem to have all of our ducks in a row to tell you what they owe or if it's true.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll second your motion.
So we got a motion to defer.
I'll second it.
We've got a motion. We got a second. All in favor? Aye. So we're going to work on it to the next council meeting. Please get with staff.
We are requesting
Feel
that
comfortable.
we meet with staff and the members of the CDD team so we can try to move this along.
Perfect.
Because we have been working on it for a few months.
I know that all this stuff was put in ahead of time and somebody paid. Thank you very much for coming. I'm sorry you had to sit so long, but I think it's the best way to do it.
No, it's okay. Thank you so much, and you guys have a good evening. Appreciate it.
Okay, legislative matters. First reading on...
Ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, moving Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan and relating sub-area zoning regulations for review for approximately 357 acres of property located south of 187th Avenue, Redland Road, west of US 1, south of Southwest 320th Street, Maui Drive, and north of 328th Duluth Street, is legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. First reading.
Okay, motion. Move it. Second.
Second.
Staff.
Staff recommends the mayor and council approve the proposed ordinance and amending the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan, which would no longer restrict ancillary retail only to corner locations in the traditional single-family and traditional multifamily sub-areas. It would modify the prohibited uses in the commercial sub-areas. It would modify the special exception uses within the industrial sub-area and modify the standards relating to recycling transfer facilities to allow for operations outside of an enclosed building with screening.
Okay. Council, questions?
Yes, question. Now,
yes,
will this modification also allow those recycling companies that deals with recycling inside, say, for instance, they have materials that they're just moving to the next place to tear the material apart, but it's inside. There's nothing on the outside. Does this cover that?
Yes, it covers recycling facilities, as we went through earlier in or late last year. Yes, so yes, it allows recycling facilities.
Okay, all right. Okay, any further questions on this from council? If not, I'll open the public hearing. Questions from the public? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council. Madam Clerk?
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam
In order,
Clerk.
tab 12, an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinance by amending Chapter 30, zoning Article 3, District Regulations, Division 23, Pan Urban Neighborhood District, Section 30, 39662, Sub-Area Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan, providing for severability, inclusion of the code, and conflicts and effective dates.
Moving on. Motion?
Move it.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Looking for staff.
We recommend that the mayor and council approve the changes to the code amendments, which would no longer restrict the ancillary retail to corner locations, would modify the prohibited uses in the commercial sub-area, modify the special exception uses in the industrial sub-area, and modify standards to recycling transfer facilities. This is a companion item. We just changed the master plan. Now we need to change the code that implements that master plan. Same thing, different aspect of the regulations.
Now, I'm sorry, another question, Mayor?
Please.
Now, on the recycling and transferring facilities, I know that Councilman Shelley, if I'm not mistaken, had required that a brick fence be built around, the masonry wall be built around. If the recycling or transfer station is inside a local building, will they still be required?
When we met and approved recycling, yes, recycling will require a wall, masonry wall.
See, I got a problem with that.
Yeah, I have a problem. I understand the intent of what you were trying to do, but if it's in an already enclosed area, it's not out like junkyards.
Right.
Then they would have to put a masonry wall around the building. Does that make? I'm not. Maybe perhaps understanding.
Recycling is a special exception, so each time it comes up, it has to come to council for approval. The code says that if you do a recycling facility, that it needs a wall around it. The thought is that if you're doing a recycling facility that's inside, and it's not outside, then it really does have a wall around it, but that's something for the council to review and approve as the special exception. But right now, recycling does require the wall.
Recycling is one and the same as a junkyard?
No, you'll deal with the definition of both in the next item.
Oh.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Shaw.
Just for clarification, if it's a recycling center, generally it has to have a wall around it.
Correct.
If, however, an applicant were to come into and apply to do recycling within inside the four walls of their building, then the special exception which that applicant applied for, we as a council could then allow them to operate within the four walls of that building without putting up a masonry block wall.
Yes, sir.
And if then later they went outside the building, then the wall would have to be erected.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure everyone was clear that there was options.
Okay. So it's optional. Is that what you're saying?
It's a special exception that you all will decide on in each individual case that comes before you, but yes.
I like that. All right, I'm fine with that then.
Okay. Any final questions from council? I'll open the public hearing. Questions from the public? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council. Madam Clerk?
Vice Mayor Burgess? Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Tablet 13, an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinance by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 1, General Section 30-1, definition, provide definition of junkyard and recycling transit facility, amending Article 3, District Regulations, Division 14-1-1, Light Industrial District, Division 15-1-1, Medium Industrial District, and Division 16-1-3, Heavy Industrial District, in order to clarify and amend and authorize junkyards and recycling transit facilities by special exception, approval, further amending Article 4, Supplemental District Regulations, Division 8, special exceptions to clarify an authorization of junkyards within 1-2 Medium Industrial District and 1-3 Heavy Industrial District, provide specific approval criteria for junkyards and recycling transfer facility, providing for segregating, including the codes of conflicts and effective date.
Motion.
Move it.
Thank you. Second. Thank you. Staff?
Yes, sir. Staff recommends that the mayor and council approve the proposed ordinance amending the city code to provide junkyards and recycling/transfer facilities as special exceptions within the light industrial, medium industrial, and heavy industrial areas, and to provide the definitions for junkyards and recycling centers and facilities to supplement the district regulations to provide for specific approval criteria for these as special exceptions.
Okay. Questions from council? Mr. Mayor? Yes.
I had a question as it defines recycling and transfer facilities. I know that most of the discussion that we've had related to that was on metals of some kind. Most of the companies here have been metals. And I see here that this is a very broad definition of recycling, which allows essentially, if you were to come in and bring construction debris, there's a lot of things that could be dumped on that site, sorted through, and then transferred out. So it almost becomes like a dump, even because essentially they can put anything they want on there as long as they tell you they're going to move it and sell it someplace else off-site. And I'm not sure that that's necessarily what I envision or want being located in the city of Homestead. So to me, that may be too broad of a definition for recycling, that maybe if we limit it to metals or maybe plastics, things that are clean, rubber, things that are fairly clean in nature, and then address expanding that definition later if we find a need for it. But my understanding is that Medley and us are really the only two in Miami-Dade County that allow for these types of activities. And so if we make this very broad, everyone's going to rush down here and open up maybe some recycling type centers that we weren't anticipating. So that is something I'm raising as a concern, question, and for discussion. But I think maybe we should narrow it a little.
Can we take it case by case like we do on the others?
Yeah, I have no problem taking it. It's just but if we adopt it as is, it's a matter of right, correct?
Take it case by case?
It's a special exception. So you would take it case by case anyway, would have to come to the council as a special exception for your approval, not as of right.
Okay, so this is kind of a catch-all, but each one would come before us that we could then deny, and they wouldn't have any rights to say otherwise?
Correct, because they're special exceptions. They by necessity have to come to council.
So let me make sure. Thank you.
There was something very smelly and stinky.
Yeah.
Final questions?
And this is located in my area. I don't want any smelly.
Okay. Final questions for council. I'll open the public hearing. Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council. Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We did have 14, tab 15 is the ordinance City of Homestead, Florida, amending City Code Ordinance amending Chapter 28 Utilities, Article 8 Electricity to create Division 7 net metering program for customer-owned recyclable energy systems to establish a program to encourage the use of recyclable energy at rates, provide technical specifications to applicants, providing for inclusion of the code, conflict, severability, and effective date.
Motion. Move it. Second.
Second.
Staff.
Mayor, this is the second reading.
Yes, sir. Okay. Questions from council? No questions, council. I'll open the public hearing. Question from the public? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council. Madam Clerk?
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Tab 16.
And ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending budgets for several funds, departments, of the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2011, ending September 30th, 2012, by increasing total budget revenues and expenditures by $9,057,620, providing for repeal, severability, and an effective date.
Motion.
Move it.
Second.
Second.
Staff.
Mayor, this is second reading. Staff recommends the mayor and council approve and amend the fiscal year 2012 budget for various funds as per the attached schedule.
Questions from council? Open the public hearing. Public questions from the public. Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council. Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That's 17.
We did 17.
Mr. Mayor, let's go, if you don't mind, let's go back to the batting cages for Harris Field that you added on.
Little sponsorship. Oh, we do that first. We didn't do 17.
We added it on, but we didn't
Right,
vote on
right,
it.
that was, the batting, okay, go ahead, it's the, A. No.
Need a motion to approve.
Motion to move the batting cages, or approve the batting cages at Harris Field Complex.
Move it.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nays?
Resolution from tab 19, resolution of City Council, City Homestead, providing for ratification of collective bargaining agreement between the Dade County Police Medical Association, police officer, detective, and sergeant in the City of Homestead, effective October 1st, 2012 through September 30th, 2014. Author the city manager to sign the collective bargaining agreement on behalf of the city, authorizing the city manager to take all actions necessary to implement the collective bargaining agreement, providing for an effective date. It's all right if there's a companion one dealing with the lieutenants. I'll read it at the same time. Resolution of the City Council, City of Homestead, Florida, providing for ratification of collective bargaining agreement between Dade County Police Medical Association lieutenants and the City of Homestead, effective from October 1st, 2012 to September 30th, 2014. Author the city manager to sign a collective bargaining agreement on behalf of the city, authorizing the city manager to take all action necessary to implement the collective bargaining agreement and providing an effective date. That's 19 and 20.
Oh, 19 and 20, okay. Motion?
Move it.
Second. Staff?
Mayor, I just wanted to take the opportunity to first thank the chief for his leadership here, and obviously the PBA, and of course the mayor and council for working on a deal that really everybody took the family into consideration. We know we have another couple of tough years ahead of us in terms of revenue, and the staff already had taken, the police officers had taken 2 years without raises already. But no layoffs was important, and making sure that the city was kept intact for the next 2 years was important. And everybody took the family into consideration, and this was, you know, a partnership. And it's really an amazing thing to see this, and I wanted to thank the PBA and the chief and everybody, all the police officers who voted to ratify this contract, and I hope you'll support this tonight. Thank you for your leadership in supporting the staff and the concept that nobody goes over the raft and into the water, that we keep everybody intact and no one is left behind, and appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Questions from council? Hearing none, I'll open the public hearing. Public questions from the public. Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council. Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
Mayor Bateman?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I'm going to do the 21 and 22. No,
cover
vote
19,
to count it for two.
Okay.
I'm going to do 21 and 22 the same, if that's all right.
Beautiful.
Richard, would you mind one indulgence? I forgot to mention Weiss Rhoda, and particularly Brett and also Vivian in the HR department for their work on this as well. Sorry.
Thank you, Vivian.
Resolution of City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the First Amendment of the Professional Service Agreement between City and Lunicon Construction Group for construction management and related services, providing an effective date. Resolution of the City Council of City of Homestead, Florida, expressing support for the inclusion of a bike path along 18-mile stretch of US 1 in Florida Department of Transportation Limited Access Facilities Pilot Program, providing for an effective date. These are tabs 21 and 22.
Move them.
Second. Okay, staff report.
Staff recommends approval of both resolutions.
Questions from council? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Questions from the public? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from council. Madam Clerk?
Vice Mayor Burgess.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick.
Yes.
Councilman Shelley.
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Bateman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, that was 22, so we're business from the city manager.
No report.
City attorney.
No, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Woman Wallman?
She left.
No? Okay. Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Nothing, not this time.
Thank you. Councilman Shelley?
I just want to remind everybody that this is coming up Wednesday. I'm having the Northwest Crime Watch meeting. Again, all my fellow council members are welcome to attend if they'd like to. Purpose is to help facilitate the Northwest in establishing a crime watch within that vicinity. Also remind everybody that next weekend is the Homestead Miami Speedway Grand Prix. So if anybody wants to come out and participate in that, you can go to the track website for more information.
Thank you, Mr. Shelley. Mr. Williams?
Nope, nothing.
Okay, Mr. Burgess?
Just briefly, Mayor, I do have some openings on the tourism committee for anybody that would like to apply. Please send their information to the clerk, to Councilwoman Patricia Fairclough McCormick. Back in, I believe it was about October, so we appointed a public arts committee, and your predecessor, or excuse me, Wendy Lobos had appointed somebody, so at that time, since she's no longer on the council, if you could appoint somebody to be a member of the Public Arts Committee, I certainly would appreciate it. I would fill it out, and then we can get started with that, as I've chosen a chairman also. And then just one other quick note, I want to brag on my wife and my son. This week we were noticed by, or given notice by Scholastic Magazine, which goes out to all the schools, that we were their 2012 Family of the Year for the entire nation. So I just want to tell her thank you, and it goes back to all of her hard work and dedication that she does for the animals here in town. And this is the dog, the rescue that she helps run, and my son's participation with that, and that what they're looking for is families that give back to their community. And somebody nominated us, and we ended up being the chosen ones. So thank you to them, and I'm very proud of that, and just wanted to share that. They'll be here on Friday doing some photos around the city of Homestead to put in the magazine and stuff. So if you see us, come give us a big smile and take a picture with us.
Thank you so much. I got a couple things real quick we've got to knock out here, which is the announcement of the board members for the Centennial Steering Committee. Mr. Williams? For the record, your appointment is Kevin Miles?
Kevin Miles, yes.
Okay. And Ms. Fairclough McCormick, your appointee is steering committee. Who is it?
Demetra Driver.
Demetra Driver. And let's see, Mr. Shelley, Tim Craig?
That's correct.
Okay. And Judy Wallman is Ruth Campbell. Elvis Maldonado is David Suarez. And this is for the record, Mr. Burgess. You had Steve Lawson. Okay. You can have them all for the record. Mine is Yvonne Knowles, the mayor. Vice Mayor Steve Losner. Patricia is Demetra Driver. Amy is Kevin Miles. Stephen Shelley's Tim Craig. Judy Wallman is Ruth Campbell. Elvis is David Suarez. Okay. There are any motion? Second. All in favor? Nays? Motion carries. For the record, I need to announce all these into the record. Is the Education Committee. There are their expired terms. No names. Just for the record, Richard asked me to advise that the Education Committee chairs are up. Liaison will be start to appoint new people for the Education Committee, for the Tourism Committee, for the Homestead Community Relations, the Education, what is this, Education Committee roster? No, that's not Southwest Advisory Committee, Historical Preservation Board, and Art and Public Places Board. Those are boards that are currently up for reassignment, reappointment, and if you're interested, general public, please contact City Hall, and we'll advise you how to apply for those openings. I do have a question on the zoning board, because the majority of those members are up to, and the question really is to to the city attorney and to the manager, and it's been brought to my attention that the original terms and requirement of that board, how it got unplugged, I don't know, but I guess they just haven't complained, but the outline of it, of our charter, basically says that they will be paid some type of stipend for voting members. The voting members of the zoning board was a provision. They were paid $50 a meeting. Apparently, that doesn't happen anymore. Some of them are upset. So I'm reading this for the record. Here it is. I look it over. I ask you for your professional opinion. I ask you to look into it, because if that's what we promised and that's what we outlined, then that's what we need to do. The Sally Woods Memorial, the date on that, again, can we do that for the record here, Sally Woods Memorial?
That will be Friday, May 25th from 5:30 to 6:30 at the Homestead Pavilion Barn.
Thank you. And the Whitcock Park ribbon cutting, do we have that yet?
I have a final walkthrough tomorrow, so I'm hoping that I can give an update to the council as soon as I find out tomorrow.
Okay. And I don't want to leave without, Mr. Manager, do we need any type of motion for this naming of this police officer tonight? That's the way the naming of the road. I know that's been discussed with you, Richard, to the chief.
At this point, I don't think there's been any official council motion, so I think you should authorize staff to move ahead with whatever is necessary in order to name that road.
Make a motion to have staff move forward on necessary steps in drawing out guidelines on naming streets for fallen officers.
I'll second that.
Mayor, a question on that. I know in the history that renaming has gone through a committee. Am I not right on that? Renaming has usually gone through, I think, it used to be the Human Relations Board, but the Community Relations Board. Now, is that not the process by which we will check? I will check.
Well, and if it is, I'd like to see it come through council. That's my opinion.
No, what I'm saying, they did the initial work and then made the recommendation to council. But from what I'm hearing now, it's going through staff now.
So
only just to put the procedure in motion, and if it's required to go through the committee, we'll send it through the committee, and if it needs to come to, certainly will come to council at some point.
No, I know that. I'm just saying that the final step is here at council, but I'm just trying to get clarity on the motion, that's all.
Right. The motion is for us to do what's necessary to put this in motion. So if it needs to go through the committee, we'll put it in front of the committee. If it needs just to come straight to council, we'll bring it straight to council.
Okay. So is it fair to say that we can allow the parents, when they visit here, we won't have it done by then? So is it fair to say that we can let them know that something will be done for their son? Okay.
Yes, I mean...
Well, I'm just saying it's going to happen before
When are they coming?
It's 1st of May. Yeah, next week.
I think it's very fair to say that you put the process in motion to have a street name for their son.
Okay, Chief, is that clear enough? I mean...
I'm going to look at it to make sure there's no problem, and if there's a problem, I'll let you know right away.
Right away.
Do a special call with 4
Okay, we can do a special call if we have to. 4 people. Okay, motion to adjourn.
Mayor, excuse me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just want to give a correction on the opening of Whitcup Park. If you can put on your calendars, May 12th at 10 o'clock, it's a Saturday, that's what we're shooting for.
Thank you. May 12th, 10 o'clock, new park opening.
Yep.
You sat here all night and you...